Let me tell you two basic truths about the world. One, everything that is beautiful appears simple. Two, all simplicity takes a lot of hard work to become that way. You may look at an elegant line of code or read the perfect sentence or listen to a passage of music that tears you up, and it will seem just right and so deceptively simple. But behind that will often be years of practice, of riyaz, of immersion in history and theory. Behind all that is simple lies a tapestry of complexity and often a lifetime of effort. And this is true not just of art but of human beings as well. You can look at some people and from the outside, they'll seem sorted, and you'll feel like you can describe them with a quality like, say, jolly or melancholy or mature and so on. But we all contain multitudes. Everyone's messed up, everyone struggles. That's the nature of the beast called life. And sometimes I feel that the only way to get at this human condition is through art. And that brings us back to apparent simplicity and actual complexity. And so round and round we go.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is a remarkable Shubha Mudgal who has straddled forms and some would say even eras. I first started listening to her music in the 1990s through songs like Ali More Angna, Apke Sawan, and later my favorite, the delightful Sikhona. She was already a rising star in the world of Hindustani classical music, but I wasn't into that then, which is entirely my loss, and didn't bother to check out that part of her work. Through the decades, Shubhaji straddled these worlds successfully. She's hugely popular among the masses and as hugely respected among the connoisseurs of Hindustani classical. She is also much more than a performer. She is a deep thinker about music history and music theory, as well as being a crusader for the rights of musicians in India. In this conversation, we spoke about the fascinating life she has lived, how she found her way in music, her solitude shaped her, and the business and ecosystem of music. This conversation contains multitudes, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it as much as I did. But before we get going, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Shubhaji, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you.
It's a great honor for me to have you on the show. I've been listening to your music for many, many, many years, since the 90s. But I must confess that I am not a connoisseur of music. Now, I've had economists on the show, historians on the show, different kinds of thinkers on the show. I've always known the subject at a fair level. This time, I was worried that I'm going to make a fool of myself. Shubhaji will sing a little bit of khayal and I will say, "Wah, kya thumri hai." So I've got to be careful. So I will clarify at the start that मैं थोड़ा music में जब आता है, my knowledge is a little bit kacha, and I look forward to learning more from you, but also what I'm really interested in is learning more about your life. And where I want to start is by asking you to talk about your Nani ji and your mom. Like, one of the things that really fascinated me about the arc of your life is that, in a sense, the arc of your life doesn't begin just with you. You speak about how your Nani ji, born in 1900, wanted to learn Hindustani classical music, didn't get a chance.
No.
But then she made sure that your mother, learned Hindustani classical, but your mother learnt it as a hobbyist.
Yes.
And she was a noted academic and all that, but she couldn't be a professional. And then when your turn comes and you are entering adulthood, your mother tells you, take a year off and, think about whether you want to do music, and then you finally take up music as a career. So I'm fascinated by that arc, that it takes 3 generations of women to come from an interest in learning music to finally be able to devote yourself to it. And at one level, it's like a very poignant and sad story, because it is also, to me, a journey of the Indian woman, that it's taken so terribly long and so much time. So I have a couple of questions about this, but first I'd like you to talk about that journey and give me a sense of, what you understood about their lives. What were the texture of their lives? What were the interior lives? Because in a sense, you could live a life where you could do what you're passionate about. And of course, there are still many frustrations along the way and the world is messed up, but you could do it much, much more closely than either of them would. And I can only imagine that women of those times, what were their interior lives like? What did they dream about? What were the compromises they make? So what can you tell me about their journeys and their personalities?
My maternal grandmother was quite an extraordinary lady, and I don't know. I mean, sometimes I think it's just a doting granddaughter talking about her Nani, who had such a presence in my life. But truly, what I remember of her is a lady who was absolutely sure that a robust education, particularly for women, and a life which they could lead independently is something that is of utmost importance. Now, as you know, she was born in 1900. She was, in a sense, disowned by her family because of the choice that she made in marriage. But she had also studied and till MSc and did mathematics. She worked all her life, and before she came to live with my parents and us in Allahabad, now Prayagraj, she was, working as chief inspectress of schools in various areas. And I remember her as this very, maybe for a granddaughter's eyes, really imposing, quite beautiful lady, always in white because she was widowed very early, but with long hair, I mean Rapunzel-like hair, coming down almost to her knees, and the most quiet, calm presence, which actually at some points could make you wonder whether she's very aloof or what. But very dignified presence, extremely involved with her work as well as with the family. So, for example, this whole idea of buying me my first harmonium was her gift to me. My parents were very keen to study overseas. So for several years, they were not in India. And my grandmother looked after us. And I'm sure I drove her around the bend. But making sure that we did music, making sure that we read enough. And it wasn't about just providing, the books, but like a regular discussion on what you read and what perhaps it should suggest to you. And of course, quite in contrast to her temperament, I was the noisy, fidgety one, always quite disobedient with her. But she really, in a sense, established for me that the presence of the arts in your life are really going to be enriching, and that there's no way one should break that involvement. The extent of involvement, yes, perhaps could have been controlled by her in the initial stages, by my parents later on, but the necessity to engage with the arts and whatever arts you want, I think that was really quite wonderful. She, of course, had her idea of what film we should see and what we shouldn't. And we always wanted to see what she didn't want us to see. When I'm saying we, I'm including my younger sibling, my only other sibling, a sister called Ragini, 3 years younger than me. I don't know how she managed it, but we actually missed our music lessons if they didn't happen. And she was quite stern about saying, what silly song are you singing if we sang something, which was on top of the charts, film charts at that time. But we continued to listen to a lot of music and to sing and participate in all kinds of activities, which she encouraged. Later on, my parents, and particularly my mother, she gave us a sense of the immense diversity in every aspect of Indian life. And I think that was a very important lesson also, that other than your own preferred form of music, there are other forms of music which are worth listening to and which are worth discussing and learning about before you reject them or just pass a judgment that ye to bahut bekar hai. So I think this idea of respecting diversity, not just in music but in life, I think all of this came from my parents. And these are truly valuable things which I've lived with all my life now. And at that point of time, I'm not too sure that I was accepting all the suggestions very easily. But I'm truly grateful now.
All of these values you say that she imparted in you, like the belief in a robust education, number one, and number two, a woman needing to be independent. All of these are things that we can take for granted today, but for somebody born in 1900, it is extraordinary to have these views.
Yes.
Like, I remember I'd done an episode with Kavita Rao on her book Lady Doctors, and when I was reading a book about the lady doctors of the 19th century, it struck me that, look, if you were a male doctor in that age, you happen to be born into an elite family, आपका education हो गया, आप बन गए a doctor. But if you were a woman and you became a doctor, you were perforce extraordinary. You could not be average.
Yes.
Because just to get to what men might take for granted, just to get there, required being really special and really extraordinary and all of that. And when you were a kid, interacting with your Nani ji, like typically as children, when we interact with our Nani, Nana, Dadi, Dada, for us, they are playing a role. ये तो नानी जी है. And it takes a while, perhaps in retrospect, you see them as, when you're an adult, perhaps in retrospect, if at all, you can see them as a fully rounded human being and what they must have gone through.
Yes.
So tell me about how that shift happened in you, how you saw her as a human being, what sense you have of her now, about the journey she must have taken as a young woman in this world, learning math to the high degree that she did, having a responsible job at a time where many men would have been reporting to her. It's such a complicated world she navigated.
Absolutely. And also that she didn't have family support. My grandfather was a watercolor painter and died very early. So my mother, who was the eldest of the three sisters, was 10 when she lost her father. Thereafter, their lives were really, they were looked after by my grandmother. And she did seem to me to be a person who did not want to talk much about her personal life. I think that sense of aloofness came from the many betrayals, perhaps, that she must have seen. Also, the tragic loss of her husband's life. But one thing that, again, I realized later, that a lot of people who go through such hardship can turn rather bitter and hard. And so their aloofness is of a different kind. Nani was a very empathetic person, When she came to Allahabad, she decided to set up a small preparatory school, she called it. So these were very young children. I guess, the kind of sort of play school and nursery, pre-nursery kind of things that we now have. But she would encourage everybody there and she would welcome people from different stratas of society. She wanted to teach them music and the arts. And not just that. Today, we have so much talk of being inclusive, of, including children with different strengths and abilities to meet with regular school-going children. I remember this is a kind of a video memory in my, one of those things that you can, where you remember everything down to what color shirt somebody was wearing. One day in her school, which was actually, she had taken on rent for the ground floor of a building very close to our home. And in that classroom, we saw a young man, much older than any of the children. He was brought in, he had some difficulty, some motor difficulty, but he sat down on one of the chairs and tables that she had for her students. And then she walked over to him and gave him several exercise books and papers and color pencils. Now, here was this young man who was already, in a sense, a young adult. And there were these kids in a preparatory school. He could draw beautifully. And by the end of the day, he was a hero for all the children. Because they were all coming to him and saying, "Hamare liye ghadi bana dijiye, hamare liye suraj bana dijiye." And he was doing that. And while I found it strange to see him in that setup, I couldn't believe that a couple of years later, this man was working as a commercial artist. A couple of years later, I realized what she had been able to do by including him in that setup where his gift was actually making him a hero for everybody. I mean, this would be easily more than 50 years ago. And I'm always struck by the fact that she chose to take this decision and to welcome this young man into this class, all without really being an expert in the area. And what a great experiment it was. I think she was constantly trying to see how education can enrich a person's life, including her own. And it wasn't as if, she wasn't the homely Nani as well. She cooked like a dream, and she taught me knitting and crochet and everything. And I remember I would tell her that I need to go to a party, and please make this pink sweater for me. And she would do it, with just this amazing skill and, never any great noise about how she was able to do all of this. So I think she was quite, as you can see, I'm a doting granddaughter, no doubt, but I really, really value what she gave to me and what she taught to me, and this sense of doing things independently. I'm not so sure that she was always very happy about my decision to be a musician. And I remember in the early days when I started singing on radio, etc., or on stage, until the time she was healthy enough to come and listen, she would always tell me, "Tu to professional jaisa gaane lagi hai."
Wow.
And I always wanted her to be in the audience. I always wondered what was going on in her head. Later, of course, she didn't say much. But at that point, when I was still on the cusp of deciding whether I'm going to be a full-time musician or not, I think her approval meant a lot to me. And it felt like not just my parents, but a generation earlier was approving, and that really, I think, for an artist is a comfortable space to be in.
I'll think aloud here and ask you another question, which is something I wondered about. You mentioned her empathy, which comes through in many different ways, but most of all, perhaps getting this young man and understanding that this can be such a big thing for the young man. And I wonder if empathy can be learnt, or is it natural to an extent, or is it a combination of this? Because what happens sometimes when we are young, especially when you're a young man, is that you suck up all the energy in the room. You are the main character in your head. Empathy is not really there. You're not really thinking of what other people will think or what they're going through, and etc., etc. And some people are at that point naturally a little more empathetic than others. Now, you can arrive at empathy through an intellectual process, perhaps, as you go through life, where you realize that it is good for me to care about others, it enriches me, or they will also care about me, or whatever logic you apply to that. And sometimes, perhaps, you can do it through emulation, because so much of what we learn is we emulate the actions of people that we admire, which is why parents are often told it's not enough to have the books in the house, they need to see you reading. And similarly, so I wonder if, and you mentioned how your Naniji's approval meant so much to you when you were taking up a career, and I guess at some psychological level we are always looking at certain people for approval,
Yes.
even after they are gone.
Oh, yes.
And therefore, do you think for you, looking back now in hindsight, that empathy was something that you learned from her, that it can be learned? Is this how it works? Like, had you had a completely different family, would you be a completely different person? Or how much of it is innate and how much of it is just osmosis from what you see around?
I think I would have been a very different person had I not grown up in the milieu that I did, in the family that I did. And I think that a lot of the lessons that she was imparting and we weren't even realizing, I think they do make a difference. But I think it's also, it's a very complicated question you actually asked me, because it's very easy to shut out any thought about others. Particularly when you're in your area of specialization is something like a performing art. You get a lot of attention because of that. And also because I'm a vocalist, very often I'm in a sense, the main person driving the performance, even though everybody with me are very skilled artists, perhaps even, I mean, on many occasions, they have been far more skilled than I can ever hope to be, with a lot more experience, and yet I am at the center. In such a situation, I feel it is possible to lose that focus. So you can be empathetic when it's nice for you to appear to be empathetic, but not really bother otherwise. So I think it's something. I think the seed idea is planted perhaps by family, but it's a seed that needs caring and constant referring to, because as I said, it can become quite easy to just be in this space where you feel without you nothing is going to work. And that isn't true. Also, if you're a musician and if you're listening, because how can you perform without listening? Then I feel that act of listening teaches you a lot about empathy, about wanting things to be on par or perhaps better for your colleagues. Because if you're not listening, then all you're hearing is your own voice. And it doesn't matter who's playing sarangi with you, who's playing tabla with you, who's playing harmonium with you, who are even the tanpura players with you. Finally, they're all part of a team. And if any one member of that team wants to, they can take you down very easily. But I feel that as a student of music, even before I learn how to sing, maybe my lessons started with my listening to my teacher and emulating. And that act of listening is very important, because I think it doesn't just give you the lessons in ragdari or tal or khayal or thumri, but it actually teaches you to listen to the world and perhaps understand that you can be very mean and nasty too, and that you're not caring enough about what's happening all around you. And I think that journey goes on, and you need to work at it as well.
Tell me more about this, because I just think there's a beautiful wise words, and I often think about the act of listening as well. Like Stephen Covey once said that we should listen to understand and not listen to respond. Most people don't know how to listen. You'll hear conversations around us, and whenever the conversation is happening, each person in the conversation is waiting to interrupt with their point of view and waiting to interrupt and bring themselves into it, and they are at the center of the whole thing. So the act of listening is also like a moral act, in the sense that you are saying to the other person that you are also important. And of course, you mentioned this in the context of music, that if you're performing as a vocalist, of course you have to listen to the others. But in general in life, I feel that this is something that almost no one has from a young age, that you have to learn to listen. And you then have to show some intentionality towards it. Like there are often times where I am in a conversation or I am sitting with someone and I literally have to remind myself that, okay, shut up now, or just listen, don't interrupt now, just listen. So what has that journey been for you? Because today you could be in a place where you are sort of sorted and fully formed, and you are what you are. But what was the process of formation like, that you learn to listen, you learn to be patient, you learn to take other people seriously no matter who they are, etc., etc.? Take me through that.
It's a ongoing kind of journey. And initially, from the point of view of music, the way we are taught in an oral tradition is that we go to the Guru's home at an appointed time. In my case, I was very fortunate that not only was I permitted to go to my Guru's home, but at times he would even come to our home to teach, although he didn't do that regularly. But the primary process was that he would sing something and I would try and repeat that. So that imitative listening and imbibing was very important. And my focus would be on how much I can sound like him. How accurately can I repeat what he is doing? And I would feel very thrilled, if I sang something and a phrase or an utterance was very much like my Guruji's, people would say, oh, you reminded me of your Guruji. And that really was for me a super compliment. But at the same time, this whole, one of the beautiful things about this much hyped Guru Shishya tradition is the fact that it's a very customized training. It is a silsila, it is a system, but it is customized for each student. And the idea is to give you a direction, but then, stop holding your hand and making you walk.
So your guru also has to listen to you.
Yes. And to tell you where things need to be worked on. And because you're in a vulnerable position, very often that explanation is not a kind one. It can be pretty brutal and it can be humiliating in public as well. And I've gone through all of that, as would any student of music. So no, I have no big whine about that. But I can tell you that it was not easy, because my talim used to take place in my Guruji's home. My parents would wake me up at the crack of dawn, and we would leave the house at about, let's say, 4:30 in the morning or 5 in the morning on my father's scooter. I would ride pillion, and we would reach his home. And since he was teaching many, many eminent and senior musicians, if there were 2 or 3 of them already present, there was no question of my getting talim that day. It meant that I had the privilege of sitting in that room from approximately 5:30 in the morning till whatever time he permitted. But I would not be taught, because 3 other students had already been there and they were being taught. This was not very easy for me to accept, because I don't come from a Khandani musician's family. So, this kind of patience, obedience did not come naturally to me. And I would fret. I would complain to my parents, sometimes. And my parents would say, well, you have got the privilege of being allowed to sit and listen to somebody else's talim. I also, at that time, used to possess quite a strong oral memory. And I would pick up things really fast. I don't have the same ability now, but I still have a quick oral memory. And I realized how many things I have learnt only by sitting in on those talims. And it is not just about the number of compositions I picked up, the kind of treasures that I was able to listen to and memorize for myself, but also voice training, posture training, how to deal with, how to interact with accompanying artists, because we would have tabla accompaniment during the talim session. I also learned to take a lot of very, very brutal criticism, because Guruji was not going to be kind and say, just because I was the junior most or whatever, or a colleague's daughter, there was no question of being kind to me. So when I got slammed and bashed, it was right in front of everybody and in very uncertain and in very brutal terms. So often I would go back and I would tell my father that I can't take this any longer, And he would say, "What? I mean, look, it's your decision. If you don't want to go back, no problem. But I don't think you were prepared for what he had asked you to do. And if you were not prepared, then you have no right to say that he was unkind to you, because you deserved it. If you want, we can go back next week. If you want, it's your choice, And I would end up, sort of sulking for a bit. And just imagine my arrogance that I actually sulked when other people would, travel for days to come and learn from him. Here I was getting this so easily. Perhaps that sense of privilege also, which is so easy to lapse into. I think that also took the right kind of beating. And so at that point, I was just a student, and I had some strengths which he never sort of applauded, but the limitations he certainly mentioned. And I think those have stood me in very good stead.
I'll take a digressive question and ask about whether in modern times that art of listening, or even the necessity to listen, is kind of declining, in the sense that if I am to imagine someone going to her guru's house today at 5 in the morning and the class is going on, I imagine that after a couple of minutes she will take out her phone and she will be going through Insta Reels or Twitter or whatever. And we live in an age where we want sensation all the time. When I was growing up in the 80s, and I remember that we had a lot of me time per force, because there was no internet, there was no telephone. आप अकेले हो, you might be surrounded by books. I was also fortunate to have that, but you're not reading all the time, obviously. So you have a lot of time to spend with yourself, to observe the world, to think about it. Today we are constantly surrounded by a barrage of sensation, and we are always going from sensation to sensation. That me time is not there, and therefore perhaps we listen less to the things that are happening around us, whether it is a music class or whether it is the nature unfolding around us, or whatever it is, we listen less. At the same time, I also think that for that young girl who is going at 5 o'clock and 3 students are already there, the incentives are different, because now there are many more things you can do with your time. It's not just music class, it's just so much you can do with your time. And therefore, to find that sort of commitment ki nahi mujhe yahi karna hai, gets a little harder. It's much more tempting to just indulge in the other options. So what is your sense of this? Like, I will ask you many questions as we go along about how the music evolved and whether it is in threat, and all the changes that we see across various domains, like the economics of it, the culture of it, etc., etc. But we'll come to those later. But this particular aspect, that just modern lifestyles have changed so much, that do you feel it's a threat? Like, do you think a 15-year-old Shubhaji today, if you were 15, that same path would have happened so easily to you? Or do you think that even with the same parents and the same Nani ji, you would still have been a different person, क्योंकि जिंदगी इतनी अलग है?
I don't know whether I can generalize. There are all the distractions. There are all the wonderful attractions, I should say, instead of distractions. But I think, that there is a sense of focus. And it's not that, it's not that I don't watch OTT series, or that and of course I'm at the age that I am, but I went for all the, film shows and everything when I was growing up. I think there comes a time, and in my case, I think I'll go back to my family and my mother in particular, who, when I graduate, suddenly gives me this great offer. Here I am running around filling forms for my MA classes, my MA admission. And she says to me that, what is the need for you to do exactly what everybody else is doing? Because for me, as far as I can see, music is what really is something that you enjoy and with a passion. So why don't you take a year off and decide whether you want to make a full-time commitment to music or not? That's a very unusual offer coming from a parent that many decades ago, and from parents who have always stressed academics and education. So, but I think this is something that I've always thanked her for, and that it didn't take me a year. It barely took me a month to decide that this is what I want to do. And I had no idea, Amit, of what my life is going to be like. In a sense, there was no aim, or there was no ambition, in a sense. I know it sounds silly at this point, but truly I had no idea where the music would take me. I was just happy with the possibility of my being able to spend the rest of my life learning music and performing if the opportunity came. But I had no idea of how I would get those opportunities, whether I would get them at all, and whether you may get a few concerts in year 1 or 2. Thereafter, you might just sink into oblivion. And that has happened to brilliant musicians. So, there is no predictable chart, predictable progression that you can follow. The uncertainty, the insecurity, the financial insecurity, all of that was there. And to some extent, my parents pointed that out and said, look, please don't complain later on that, it's a tough life. It is a tough life, but it's a tough life for everyone, not just for you. So you decide what you want to do. We can help in whichever way possible, but the decisions have to be yours. I think this was like, even now I meet people who are unable to take this decision because they know that families will disapprove. And that sits heavy on their chests. And here I was, this is like, I can't thank them enough for the kind of unconditional support and that unconditional sort of find out on your own and make your own choices. That option that they gave me was truly amazing. And as a parent, I feel that's something I must refer to in my interaction with my son. Who am I to make choices for him, or who am I to make him uncomfortable with the choices that he makes? So I think these have really impacted my life in a big way.
Tell me more about your mother. We spoke about your Nani ji, but it strikes me that what you just mentioned, it seems bloody remarkable to me that in the early 80s, like I remember my mom, your mom would probably be 10, 15 years older than mine was. And just to think that someone can just tell her daughter that just take a year off and think about it and do this if you want. And we know it won't make you, that it'll be a struggle, etc., etc. Do it anyway. And it just sounds insane. So tell me a little bit more about her and how was she growing up? What was sort of mahal at home, and I'd also like you to talk about your dad also after this, but tell me about your mom and what she was like and what you remember of her.
She was she was a tiny woman, unlike me, but she was. I think she was. She had a great sense of wanting to involve all the students that she met, and even today I meet people who say that she really changed their lives. But finding out their areas of interest, involving them in activities which perhaps, people would say, why are you bothering? I mean, you are a teacher of English literature, teach them English literature. But I can't tell you the countless students whom she involved with in sports, in music, theatre, etc., going with groups of students to various inter-college competitions and festivals, leading the group, and taking the initiative. She had enough to do at home and also with her work. And she was, both my parents were not just about going to class and teaching. It was this sense of pride in a very noble profession and, wanting to really be involved in the lives of their students. And I think for her, this was very important because it meant that a lot of girls whom she taught perhaps may not have had those opportunities otherwise. And her ability to at least open a door for them, I think that mattered a lot to her. We used to laugh at her and say that, tum ek nautanki company khol lo, because she was constantly doing these, productions for the college and for the university and, making teams. Itne log Hindustani music ke liye jayenge, itne log iske liye jayenge. And so it was it was a sense of celebration really of literature, theatre, arts, poetry. And the one thing also that she had quite she had her own very strong preferences. But once again, she was happy to include other forms of music, theatre, call in other experts. So it wasn't really about being the original gangster. It was about really involving other people whose expertise could really make that experience far better for us as students. So I think she was quite a leader in that role. And I think she must have wanted to be either a musician or a dancer. She learnt sitar. She had a lovely voice. She could compose quite well, but she would never really sort of come and, I don't know for what reason, never really be on stage. She didn't want really to perform. But I think perhaps she might have wanted to be a full-time artist herself. And for me and my sister, of course, she remained, I mean, the kind of support I have got from both my family and the family I've married into, I think I've been very fortunate with that.
Tell me also about your dad and your relationship with your dad and the relationship between your dad and your mom. All of it sounds unusual because, when you mentioned earlier that your dad would wake up at 5 in the morning and take you on the pillion of his scooter for a class. And I'm just thinking that a dad of that age might perhaps take his son to cricket practice at that time. But to actually indulge the daughters in that way and go out of his way because they're getting up so early in the morning, taking you, dropping you at the class, and then he's got a full day of teaching to do or whatever. It's not easy at all. So tell me about what kind of man was he? How was he towards your mother, who appears to be free-spirited and expressive and independent and all of that? What did you see of their relationship, and what kind of model would it provide for you later on down the life, that how do you want to live and how do you want to love and all of those things? So tell me more about your dad.
So my parents were classmates, and my mother actually got appointed into the Department of English Literature maybe 6 months before he did. So in a sense, she was his senior, and I think she was also older than him by 6 months, I think. But they were classmates, and they decided to marry. They loved traveling. While my mother was more drawn towards the arts, my father was crazy about sports. And so he became a very well-known cricket commentator in Hindi, though he was a teacher of English literature.
Oh.
And of course, in those days, cricket commentary meant speaking a lot more than it does today. Because today you have the entire visual aspect also. But at that point of time, on radio, it was a ball-by-ball commentary. And I think he took great delight in getting the opportunity to provide commentary for these matches. Just to be quite funny, because those were, pre-mobile phone days. And to make a call outside of Allahabad, we would have to book those trunk calls. And my mother would always worry about, has he reached? Is he all right? And then she would say, put on the radio na. When his commentary would start, she would say, okay, he's reached, fine, switch it off. So, but I think for him, his passion for sports was really fulfilled by this aspect of his work as a commentator. And also that although there have always been statisticians and people providing data for commentators, but after he passed away, I found these registers, those A4 size registers, in which he had noted down all manner of statistics about cricket. And, there were stapled newspaper items. There were lists. There were lists that he had drawn himself and entered figures and numbers into. Very meticulous. Beautiful handwriting in both Hindi and English. Crazy avid reader with a weird sense of humor. I mean, he didn't say much, he didn't laugh out too loud, but he had this kind of very strange sense of humor where he would, in a very oblique way, say something which was really funny, but the person realized that it was funny much later. And with me, he would do terrible things to provoke me.
Like?
And for example, when I started getting invitations to sing, for a long time, I was not in a position to decide what I should sing. So it used to be my guru who would say, okay, for this concert, you sing this rag, this composition, followed by this rag, this composition. And then I started fretting and thinking, I want to decide, but I didn't know how to. I wanted to be careful about it. So I asked my father, who had probably heard me already consult my guru. And then I said, what do you think I should sing at this concert? You decide. It's your concert. You decide. He said, or you ask your guru. I said, I've asked him, but I'd still like to know what you think I should sing. Tum Adana gao, he's telling me. Adana is a rag that I had been taught as well. But I mean, why is he asking me to sing Adana? तुम्हारा टेम्परमेंट ना वो सूट करेगा अड़ाना अड़ाना बिकॉज अड़ियल टेम्परमेंट सो ही वुड डू दीज फनी sort of sidey jokes, but he was great fun. He loved pulling people's legs, and he sort of really, his tragic sudden passing away really was of course very traumatic for my mother, but also for us.
How old were you then?
He was 61 when he passed away, and he passed away in a very weird incident, which I think maybe I'd like to share with you despite the pain it causes. But he was on a flight from Singapore to Delhi in December of 1996. I was to meet him at the airport, and then I got a message saying he just hurriedly told me that the flight had been taken back to Singapore because it hit an air pocket and plummeted many, many feet. And then it was decided that it would go back to Singapore. He was rushing around trying to get another flight. He reached Delhi on the night of 17th December. I met him at the airport and he stayed over. The next morning, by let's say noon, he was gone. So I think it was, that entire incident caused his death, because we were just, we couldn't figure out what had happened, and there was no question of trying to find out the medical facts to get compensation. What compensation can you get for a life lost? But what it brought to the notice of the family, and I chose to talk about it, is that we are going through these incidents a lot these days. So we are always told on every flight that these oxygen masks will come down, you have to put them on your face, etc., etc. Nobody tells us what you should do and what symptoms you should watch out for should you be involved in such an incident. And I've spent years trying to speak to people, whether it is, airline staff. What do you do when such an incident happens? And from the little that I could read on the internet in 1996, it seems pilots, etc., are asked not to fly for a certain amount of time. They are put on rest because of the medical problems that can happen. And my father had all those problems. He had a headache, but he was, when we met him, he seemed to be really cheerful and on a high. It was a cardiac arrest that took him, but nobody ever bothers. We hear this announcement each time. What happens if you go through it? Somebody should tell you that if you have headaches, if you get hearing problems, or if you feel breathless, this is what you should do. Nobody bothers about that. And I'm wondering how many other lives perhaps have been lost like this.
So sorry to hear this. Let's go back to your childhood again. One of the things you mentioned is, since both your parents were professors at Allahabad University, of course you were surrounded by books and all that. And another thing you mentioned elsewhere is that you were also surrounded by music, that there would constantly be musicians coming in, and that mahal was all there. So tell me about what you feel today is the importance of that, because you've also been outspoken in modern times about the importance of education, about including, the arts not as an optional subject, but just as part of the mainstream of education and all of that. And, I remember reading this study which influenced me a lot by the economist Jim Heckman, where he found that between the ages of 0 to 5, the children who are surrounded, who listen to 10-letter words around them, which I'm taking as a proxy for, good conversations, they have an extra layer of intelligence and awareness, which other kids without that privilege don't have. And you can't make up for it later, because the brain cells at that age are just growing at the fastest possible pace. You can't compensate for it later. And I find that deeply, deeply tragic, that those who are not fortunate enough to be in that kind of a mahal don't get that. And you, of course, were not just in that kind of mahal as far as books and conversations are concerned, but also in that added sense of the music and the appreciation for music and the love for music and all of that. So give me a sense of what you can make out looking back in hindsight, how much you picked up through osmosis, how it changed you. And also, is that something that the musicians that you have worked with and interacted with all have in common, that it's absolutely critical, that without it it's very, very difficult to come up later? You did start learning formal Hindustani classical a little late at 16, but nevertheless you had that early exposure, which I'm imagining would have had a huge impact and made it easier for you.
Yes, I think it's very important, and the availability, the easy access to different forms of music really is invaluable. I think we are quite fortunate today that we have access to not just music from our neighborhood, but really music from anywhere in the world. And that for me has been an exciting part of technology changing our lives the way it has. So as a listener, really, we're in a very fortunate position. But at the same time, the abundance of what we can listen to and the lack of any kind of guided material does create a problem. So I can hear sounds from across the world and learn from them, but to find out more about them is not always so easy. But since you talk about the mahal that I grew up in, so we were not just taught, let's say, formal lessons, let's say, in Hindustani classical music, but for example, as we were growing up, weddings and celebrations were always kind of community things. So everybody learnt a song, and my mother shared with me dozens of songs that she had learnt from my grandmother and from other people whom she interacted with. So, dozens and dozens of banna bannis, dozens of kajris. Sometimes she would call, let's say, the peon working in the university, if she found out that he's a good singer. So we would get a special treat and be able to listen to somebody who was actually working as a peon in the university. But it was amazing to see when they started singing the kind of literature, the kind of melodies. I grew up with all of that. So, I can still remember snatches of songs, fragments of poetry, some of which we laughed about also. But, they're sort of stacked up in this hard disk. And I think it's an important data bank that I have. And in many ways, it has helped me as a musician. My lehja for, let's say, Purabya dialect, or for even Braj Bhasha, which my father spoke fluently, or my listening to conversations that my parents conducted with their Bengali friends in Bangla. All of that really has helped I think for me, the audio development part has been really good, and it has helped me a lot and has given me a keen sense of observation about listening to sounds and how to, in a sense, store them. I may never ever use them in my own work, but I think it has helped me be a good listener.
Tell me about how you started learning the arts, as it were, because for 10 years you were basically learning Kathak, and music came a little later.
Much
So
later.
take me through that journey. Like, why Kathak? How was it for you to learn it? Did you feel it was natural to you? Uh, and I'm guessing music was still central to your life through all this time.
Yes.
So take me through the young you as you go through all these years.
So I have these embarrassing photographs in my collection of when I was about 4 years old, and dressed in a Kathak dress made from my mother's sari, which had been tailored into this little costume, and with two absolutely clownish red cheeks and some jewelry whirling around there's a video, in fact.
Wow.
Shot on film by my aunt, where I'm whirling around madly doing chakkars, looking quite crazy. But I think, like a lot of little girls, I loved dressing up and dancing, and I enjoyed my dance classes immensely. And occasionally we would also be taught by my guru Rajasthani folk songs, on which he would teach us, me and my sister, how to dance. And it was later, once again, that my mother said that I think it would be a good idea if you studied vocal music. It'll give you a better sense of music, even if you use it for Kathak. And of course, Kathak was the art form, the dance form that we could have easy access to, because I was growing up in Allahabad, where there were not so many Bharatanatyam or Odissi teachers. But so my mother felt that lessons in music would be a good interdisciplinary activity for me to develop my musicality. And she also referred to Thumri, which has an association with dance. And she said, well, how can you dance Thumri if you don't know what the form is about? And it was with this in mind that she said I should start taking formal lessons in vocal music. Although off and on we had a music teacher come to teach both my sister and me. And once I started those lessons with Pandit Ramashray Jhaji, it was really, I think it was, I suddenly found what I was perhaps, I never thought existed. And I was so drawn to this entire system of this improvisatory, elaborate, complex, very profound kind of system of music. I don't know, it seemed just what I wanted to learn. And I had the fortune of having family that helped me learn, and also a guru who accepted me. So I think it all fell into place. For me, it was just, the puzzle sort of fell into place, and I was able to start my talim in vocal music. And soon I found myself getting distanced from dance, because I really had to learn a lot of material which perhaps children would learn when they were 6 years old. But because my talim hadn't started then, I was learning everything much later, but with a high sense of motivation. Yet there was a lot to learn and a lot to practice, and a lot of things which come naturally to people, because those exercises are given to them when they are 5 or 6 years old. I was learning when I was 16, 17, 18. So that process, even though there was a lot of motivation, was not a simple one, and it was very challenging as well.
Tell me about that period of learning under Mr. Jha, like the Guru Shishya Parampara. Tell me a bit more about that, because at one level it strikes me that when it works well, it can be beautifully immersive and can take you to really great heights. But for a lot of people, I imagine, because of the selection effect, we'll hear of the stories of the people for whom it's worked well, all the ustads who emerge at the end of it. But for a lot of people, it may work very badly, because if you are stuck with the wrong guru, or not the wrong guru, but a guru who is not necessarily matched to you, then you could just flounder, and there are no options and there is no way out, and you could in fact dedicate years of your life and not get anywhere, which would also be terribly frustrating. Not just anywhere in terms of achievement, but perhaps learning also, just because the match wasn't right or whatever. So Give me a sense of the many aspects of the Guru Shishya Parampara. Like you mentioned how it worked for you, despite the occasional harshness of the Guru and correcting you, reprimanding you, having to sit for many hours while he teaches others, but all of it worked for you. But are there only the happy stories where it works for the artists? Or so tell me more about both aspects of it.
It's a very complex relationship. And as you've already said so beautifully, that there are many nuances which are not talked about. And I think many people don't want to talk about them because they feel it's disrespectful to the tradition. And also because those stories really are stories of completely skewed power balance. And I think it's important to have a discussion on this, because I feel this is a beautiful tradition, undoubtedly, and yet because it's so skewed, it can be very exploitative. It can be exploitative where the guru exploits, but it can also be a situation where the student is very entitled, and so it's not an easy equation. I would even say that, as in a let's say in a familial situation, are there not times when children are in conflict with their parents? It's whether it's the choice of what you want to do, or who you want to marry, or how you want to live your life. I think we are in conflict, and yet people stay together, some happily, some unhappily, or whatever. But in this tradition, there can never be any questions. In this tradition, we have been told, or we are expected to believe, that it is an unquestioning obedience and sense of serving that we must come with. I feel the moment questions are blocked, there is a problem. And it is up to the student. I know it can be very difficult. It was not easy for me to ask questions. And as a teacher now, I don't want to use the word guru. As a teacher now, I feel that I'm not happy with many of the questions that come my way. Perhaps because they also show me that I don't have an answer to them. So I think it's the position of a teacher is, for me, equally important, because I'm learning all the while that I'm teaching, and my own ignorance in many areas, my own limitations in many areas is startling. It can be as simple as somebody telling me that, Shubha, we have a nephew who sings beautifully. We'd like you to help find a teacher for him. And along comes this 5-6-year-old kid who's not at all interested in listening, coming and singing for me, opens his mouth and sings so beautifully that if I could let go, I would weep. It's that beautiful. And you're wondering, with this gift, which teacher should I send this child to? There's an immense gift. There's already an awareness of that gift, because everybody in the family is saying that you're very good. Now, how to make sure that that gift continues to grow and be enjoyable for everybody? The spirit is not broken because you are forced to sing in a particular way. After all, it is about finding your own voice, about freedom to find your own voice. And if not that, then how is art or an engagement with arts any different from anything else? I think it's so necessary to keep all of these aspects in mind, both as a student and as a teacher. But at the moment, I'm not sure that we are in a situation where we are, trying to even accept these very, very delicate situations. And because there's this almost, I'm a little worried about how to put this across clearly. But I think the moment the teacher wants to be put on a pedestal and the music becomes secondary, that position that we get from students is because we are transmitting a certain silsila of music to them. So our importance is because of the music. But we want to be on the pedestal as teachers and go through all manner of rituals without ever thinking what was the logic behind those rituals. I mean, would you believe it if I told you that even in today's Guru Purnima celebrations, gurus get their feet washed in a patra by their students? Why is it necessary to do that? But if the student wants it and the guru wants it, well, let's be democratic. But I'm saying this kind of unquestioning sense of surrender, demanding tan man dhan, is very, very dangerous. And I think for me, what has emerged possibly, again, it's because of what I learned from parents, family, and from my gurus. I think it's very necessary to rethink this entire tradition and to see in today's world, it's not just about how much time you spend. 45 minutes का class था आज का 1.5 घंटे का था पहले. That is, I think, of secondary importance. It is important for us to accept that we are in a position where the student becomes vulnerable, and if we are not careful about handling that very gullible, vulnerable student who is with us, we are perhaps going to destroy their lives in a way that we didn't even know we could. I mean, humiliations, yes. If you're singing incorrectly, what more can a guru do but say you are singing incorrectly? Now, whether they say that you're braying like a donkey or whether they say कि भाई सुर ठीक करो थोड़ा, the manner of saying can be different. And I think all of these things constantly remind me that it's a human being. They're two human beings that you're dealing with, not God. Not this divine creature that suddenly needs to be put on a pedestal. So I think I'm going to be criticized very strongly for saying this, but we need an audit. We need a review of this entire system, which has some absolutely amazing ways of teaching. And you're not teaching lessons only about music, you're teaching them about the ethos in which this music is made, changing times, adaptability, about so many other things. But if you're only bothered about, becoming this very powerful, you're going into Godman and Godwoman mode. And I certainly am not interested in that.
No, very wise words, and I agree entirely because, those two things that you said, one going into Godman mode, and then about the teacher wanting to be put on a pedestal. I think those come naturally to human beings. As you said, we are not gods, we are human beings. There's that famous saying about how power corrupts. I think power corrodes character also.
Absolutely.
So, sometimes I wish that I'm never put in a position of power over people, because even I can't say what it will do to me. And it's like, I want to ask you about another dilemma that comes up in a musician's life, and I'm sure came up in your life when you were learning. There's a beautiful scene in Chaitanya Tamhane's film The Disciple. You must have seen it.
Yes.
And this scene is also towards the end, and it's also reflects a tragic aspect of the human condition, where our protagonist is teaching, and while he's teaching, the mother of one of the students comes to him and she says कि मेरे बेटे को कॉलेज से ऑफर मिला है कि वो फ्यूजन बैंड में उसको वो राग गाएगा while the fusion band is doing his thing. So can he, but he said he has to ask you first, so can he go? And our protagonist pauses for a while and then he says yes, he can go. And then after another long pause he says, but tell him not to come back here. Presenting a very harsh binary choice. Now, that choice isn't binary in real life, but at the same time, it is something that is a balancing act.
Mhm.
Like earlier, you mentioned that how you were so happy when you had that option of learning music all your time, and then you added the word also performing music all your life. And I think that learning and performing are almost like two separate imperatives, where at one point you could just say that the joy is in immersing yourself in the music and you're learning it and you're sitting all day and you're practicing, and you and the art are in this solitary communion, and it's a beautiful thing. At the same time, there is also the urge to gain applause from people for whatever you have learned, and there is the urge to actually go out there and perform. And and when you perform, perforce, you are forcing your music into a particular form that is suitable for that audience. Like your guru said, "Inke samne ye raga karo, fir ye karo," etc., etc. And how was it for you? Because I imagine when you get into it as a young person in love with the music, the first imperative is ki seekhna hai, bahut acha hai, I want to be with this music. But the second imperative also is I want to impress people.
Yes,
I want their
of
talis, I
course.
want their wah-wahs.
Of course.
So what is the balance between these two, especially as your career kind of goes along? What is the balance?
So complex, and thank you for asking me these questions, because rarely do I get a chance to be thinking about these things, because very often people don't ask also, and it seems quite vain to start talking about one's own journey. But I don't think I can explain, in a kind of with the progression. But it's also about, constantly listening to yourself in riyaz. Riyaz, I think, is a very important aspect of the tradition and the whole system of learning. It requires solitude. Although now we have a lot of people, for example, putting on their riyaz sessions on Instagram. The very nature of the activity demands solitude. It's like a bearing of yourself in front of a mirror. And that can be frightening, because if you honestly accept what you're seeing, then there's a lot of, you need to tune up your tanpuras and get back in there and work. So it's a process, and it's an activity that remains integral to my life. And as I grow older, as having survived COVID, it's like one channel tells you about what is happening to your voice. Now, people don't really ever talk about their voices undergoing changes. In fact, the only time that I hear people talking about changes in a singer's voice are for boys when they attain puberty. Then there is a change in the voice, and everybody talks about that. Nobody talks about changes in the voices of women. What their bodies go through in motherhood, etc., with age. And at best, you will hear somebody say that, okay, because I was aging, my voice is not as, let's say, as strong or as supple as it was. So I will make certain adjustments about bringing down the key on which I sing. But I feel these are changes in the voice are constant. It's organic, it's dynamic, and you have to keep listening. Your guru can give you sound advice and the proper exercises to get your voice in shape. The guru can mold your voice to an extent. Keeping it intact and ready to share music with, that's your tool. You have to be sensitive to every breath that you take. And that helps you a lot, has helped me a lot, in finding ways in which I can use my voice. I don't say that I've done something amazing. I've done what I wanted to do because I need to understand my voice. But I think it's a constant process, and I have to keep looking constantly, hearing it in different situations. In a live concert, on the microphone, this microphone is an amazing teacher for voice. When you put those headphones on and you start listening to yourself as you dub a song, the many grains, the many textures, the many hiccups that you would never have accepted earlier, they are amplified and brought to your notice. So for me, the experience of recording, Amit, has also been a great teacher. And one, I mean, I can't say कि microphone guru hai, but वो actually hai, because it teaches you certain things about your voice which you never ever had listened to. And this process, on the one hand, is working on the voice, working on the form, working on phonetics, working on communicating. Finally, art has to be expressive in some way. How you want to express is something that I find very difficult to teach. So there'll be these beautiful voices coming to me to learn. Each of them really, I mean, I feel good when I listen to them, but not saying anything to me. They're not making me wince. They're not making me smile. They're lovely, but still need a certain element of being able to communicate. Now those are things which, life experiences teach you. When you're talking, let us say, when you're singing a particular rag, it's a non-representational form. So I might be thinking I'm singing something which is deeply meditative. Somebody else may think it's a dead bore. So I think the interpretation on my part as the person creating the music and on the receiver can be quite disparate. And I think this is this is an element of music that I really keep grappling with all the time. How to use my voice. Let's say, am I going to use it today in a particular composition in big, bold, broad strokes like a brush, a thick brush stroke? Or am I going to use it, like really ornate, tiny, really lacy work? How am I going to use it? How will I use silence in between phrases? How am I going to stop long enough for people to know that I have deliberately inserted silence there? And how will I use it to communicate? How will I get when you're on stage, things are not always right, Things are not always comfortable. You may be in an auditorium where you're sitting on a platform made with वो जो पंडाल वाले होते हैं ना tables, वो जोड़े हुए होते हैं. So you're in the center where one table is little higher and the other is little lower. Now you've got the tanpura in your hand. You've got heavy lights in front, so you're sweating. Behind you is the air conditioning duct, so your back is frozen by the time you get up. It's not a very comfortable situation always. Plus, there may be people chattering on the phone, doing all kinds of things. And here you are getting into this big, complex, profound rag. What are you going to do? How are you going to deal with all of those things and those situations, and yet be able to slowly cut out everything and get into the music? It doesn't happen always. One of the reasons that I feel I'm able to enjoy this entire thing is because of the people with me. Over the years, I've been working with the same musicians as often as possible. And it has become a team that really helps me get into this space. And I'm really grateful for that. beyond a point, I stop thinking about what is not correct. I start thinking, but tanpura lagao, and listen only to that. And this entire thing of concentrating helps you find that zone where you start hearing your voice. Then you start measuring how many silences to put in, what to do. It's a very complicated process, and I have no hesitation in saying that it try as you might, very often it doesn't happen. But when it does, it's lovely.
So, how much of the joy that one gets from the music, and I know the answer is obviously both, but nevertheless, we can think about it in different ways. How much of the joy that you get from the music is in when it's a communion between you and the music, where something just goes right? When you look at yourself in the mirror, and I agree with you, it should always be a private act, so I don't get people putting riyaz on Instagram. That's just so stupid. But when it's you and the music, and you hit that perfect melding, and that's one kind of joy. But another kind of joy is when you are performing and it's you and the audience, and the music being the via medium, and you hit that perfect moment where you make them feel a particular way which you intended them to feel because you're performing in a particular way. So how does one think of the balance between the two? And is there sometimes a conflict between the two?
There can be. But I think it's important to be convinced about what you're doing. If I am not convinced about the music that I'm making, how can I expect anybody else to listen? But even when you get a positive response, it's not easy to be sitting on stage and noticing that as you sing something, there is a person in row 3 who's looking at you and has tears, or can be, I mean, sometimes people even sob, and it's disconcerting if you see it. If you have decided not to look, then it's a different matter. Now, on the one hand, I'm not going to lie, it gives you a certain sense of deep satisfaction to think that, I'm able to put this across in a manner where not only is somebody responding to it, but is able to let themselves go. Nobody wants to cry in public. So I think it gives you a deep sense of satisfaction, but it also can be the point from which, you can't be complacent about it. It's fortunate that it happened on that day. You get too complacent, might not happen ever again. So I tend to be a bit nervous about those situations, and I feel I have to go with accepting, with the acceptance that I've been taught very well. I've been helped by a lot of people. I am being helped on stage by a lot of wonderful artists, and there's an audience that has come to listen to me. Now I better give them my best on that day. And it would be a shame if I didn't. But accepting that, try as I might, it may not be what I want to do. And I think that sense of resignation about not being in control always, the craft you might still be able to be in control of. I don't think you can be in control of the art.
And you mentioned that sometimes someone in the third row could be, sobbing when they listen to a piece of music, and it might even be me, because I cry easily when I any kind of art that I really like. But you're the performer. You're actually the one who is producing that response in the other person. But aren't you also in danger of then crying yourself? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, you're right. There are lumps in one's throat, and that's not the best place to be in if you're a singer. And yes, it is. That's what I said. It can be disconcerting and also throw you off balance, because it is very difficult, Also, in certain situations, I don't know how to explain it. That, this, one has to realize that it is the power of the music. It is not your power that is coming across. when you make somebody on the street comes up to you and suddenly says, I heard you sing this mantra, that's my companion every morning. And that's very sweet, of course, and very generous of them. But I don't think I tell myself that, now I control this person's morning with my voice activated mantra. But I think it's a sense of realization that the power of music has the quality to do this, not just one's own voice. It's not one's own voice is part of that entire music, but it's certainly not the catalyst in this matter. It's the strength of the music.
We often think of how music is almost mystical and sublime in the way that it can act upon someone and produce emotions. But one can also then break it down in a mechanistic way and say that, look, certain combinations of notes or certain chord changes or whatever produce certain reactions in the human brain because they're affecting the neurons in that way. And today, perhaps the science is not advanced enough to figure it out. But at some point, it may well be, in which case you can produce those responses at will simply by doing those note changes or by doing whatever in that way. I mean, in a sense, you could say that the great ustads of the past had figured it out in some primitive way, where they figured out ki is raga se ye emotion hota hai, this raga is for the evening, this raga is for rain, whatever, that certain certain combinations within music can produce certain emotions. So as a performer, is this something that you're aware of, that I can make the audience feel this way just by doing this? But, with a slight shift here, I can make them upbeat, or with a slight shift here, I can make it poignant. Are you also kind of aware of that? And if you are aware of that, I guess there can be two competing instincts at this point, and one instinct can be that I should not be manipulative, I should just let the music go where it will. But another instinct could be ki crowd response will be good and I'll get the emotion I want, so let me play this little trick, which is a trick for you but they don't know it. So how do you think about these aspects?
I think it's important to learn about those associations. So let's say the famous Malhar association with rains. I think that is something that is deeply ingrained in all of us, both as performers and listeners. So there's a sense of pleasure in it being in raining. If it's raining outside and you're in an auditorium listening to a brilliant God Malhar or a Mia Malhar or whatever. But I also think that music need not be formulaic in this way. So because we are born into this kind of system, and in a sense we have this almost, it's like intuitive now. But don't I practice Malhar in winter? And if I feel like it, I do. And I think any cascade of notes might give me the feeling of rain. It need not be in Malhar. Or even, let's say, the sense of heavy rain clouds creating the kind of thunder that they do. It's almost ominous. That kind of effect can be created not necessarily by the prescribed rags, but by other completely different combinations of sounds, swar, whatever, even pace. So I think it's really, it's important for me to know those associations. I have grown up with them, but at the same time, I keep trying to see if I can break that also. And let's say if I'm singing, let's say if I'm singing something like devotional music, which is a very big canopy in any part of the world, but in India certainly, then in a sense, like trance and ecstasy are very often represented musically by this kind of ecstatic rhythm that keeps repeating itself till it goes into a kind of trance-like situation. Also playing with the pace, making it faster, growing climactically in terms of decibel levels also. All of that happens. But there can be, I feel equally that this just a single chant can also create a deep sense of meditation and a kind of quality that perhaps we otherwise found only in the regular kirtan, kavali kind of repetitive zikr kind of thing. So I think as a student of music, it's always fascinated me, and it's always worth. I've always found it worth trying. Sometimes these little experiments, which are only experiments for me, they may not be for anybody else, but I like to work on those. And sometimes the experiments work for me, and sometimes I just have to, stand in front of that same mirror and say, well, this time it didn't work.
So, there's something I've noticed in many fields, it certainly happened in academia, is that you start off with a broad sense of inquiry. But over the 20th century, what happened within academia is that all the disciplines went into these different silos that don't speak to each other. So economics will be largely quantitative, and sociology will use different methodology, anthropology will be different methodology, and once upon a time they used to speak to each other, and they were all studies of the human condition. But now that's no longer the case. And I wonder if there's a similar danger in classical music also, where traditions can get ossified and you have separate gharanas, and people can have attitudes about, where they are too purist and they're like, these gharanas can't talk to each other. Like, when I look at sort of your history, you've trained under a set of diverse gurus, whether it's Pandit Jha or Pandit Vasant Thakur, or you used to take advice from Pandit Jitendra Abhisheki, Kumar Gandharva, Nana Devi, and from all of them you learn different things in different ways, and therefore on you there was no dogmatic thing कि मैं इस घराने से हूँ, मैं सिर्फ ये करूँगी. I mean, there's a charming story about how in childhood you were asked which Kathak घराने you from, and you said मैं तो अपने घराने से हूँ. And I love that story because it almost indicates your whole life. Right. So give me a sense of how important this diverse training was for you in finding yourself as a musician. And when you look at others around you, do you feel that Hindustani classical in some cases might also have gotten itself into a trap if people are too purist about, their traditions and their way of doing things?
I think orthodoxy can come in the way. And also in our understanding, it impacts our understanding of what this tradition is about. The tradition is actually, I feel, really open to experimentation and has always been. If you look at the histories of past musicians, it's not as if they didn't have diverse training and an interaction with diverse gharanas. In fact, most of them, for one reason or the other, may have learned from more than one gharana. It could be something as, practical as having to move from one part of the country to the other for reasons of profession or because the whole family was moving. But for one reason or the other, many, many artists have listened and have learned from different gharanas. They may have become torchbearers of a particular gharana, but they cannot deny that they learned. In fact, sometimes when artists write about themselves or about other contemporaries, if you look at the lists of gurus they mention, it is huge and diverse. I think the tradition has always permitted that. And also how can you tame a river and make it follow only one particular path? So there will be tributaries, there will be waterfalls, there will be all sorts of strange things, that water will take its own direction and tradition takes its own many directional speeds and many, many ways. It finds ways of dealing with whatever is happening in the world. So I think I cannot agree with this orthodox understanding of gharana loyalties and, gharana purity. I, in fact, can't deal with this notion of purity, of what is pure music. Why would any music be impure? So I don't really subscribe to that idea. Um, I think one of the reasons why I got the benefit of this very varied talim was because my parents were very keen to give me as much exposure to different forms of music. So I never heard my father, for example, saying that we'll go, but we'll only listen to this artist because that's my favorite artist. We fought over, which CDs and which discs to bring home and what to listen to. We argued about that. Sometimes he would pass snide remarks about something we were hearing, and we passed snide remarks about what they were hearing. But by and large, I think this openness about listening to music was always there. Even though my parents were very fond of Hindustani classical music, my father loved ghazal, qawwali, and encouraged us to learn and listen. But also, each of my gurus was they were all individuals who had this kind of eclectic approach. And not when I say eclectic, not only in the musical sense, they were all deeply engaged with literature of some kind. They were writing their own lyrics for their compositions. They were referring to a large number of classic literature from different, whether it was Marathi or whether it was Bangla or Urdu or Braj Bhasha. So I think that inheritance from my gurus of wanting to learn from different sources was also it's natural for all the students, including me, to inherit it. In fact, I must share a very interesting anecdote. I think you'll enjoy it. Somebody once asked my guru how many gurus he had learned from. So he said, अब हम क्या बताएं आपको, हमने तो 75 गुरु से सीखा है. So I don't think the number was exactly 75. What he was alluding to was the fact that he took from many sources, then analyzed what was happening and created his own statement, musical statement. And I think that talim was also very important.
So I'm also going to ask you to talk about each of your gurus and what you learned from them in turn, because I imagine that like when I look back at the people I've learned from in my life, though I never had any gurus per se and not even any mentors, but you learn different things from different people. There is something that stands out and it shapes you, and sometimes you don't recognize it then, maybe much later, sometimes you don't know it at all. Take me through this journey of the different gurus that you've learned from and what you learned from each of them and how you were growing through this process with each of them.
My initial training began with one of Pandit Ramashai Jhaji's students. She was a very fine vocalist from Allahabad called Srimati Kamla Bose. And I was studying in what used to be called intermediate college at that time. So it was this bridge year between school and college. And I remember that I was a student of St. Mary's Convent in Allahabad, and Kamladi was a newly appointed teacher there. And Sister Eugenia, who was sort of my class teacher, asked my father that they would like me to enroll for her music class. And my father said, she can't do this because she is now a grown-up girl and she has not studied Hindustani music. Hindustani music can't be learnt like this. So Sister Eugenia's, I've grown up in a home where music is revered, and my father's saying, no, I can't join the class because it's too late for me. So Sister Eugenia said, why don't you give her 1 month and I'll let her change the subject if she's not happy there or if the teacher is not happy with her. So I started learning in class from Kamladi. Within a short while, Kamladi asked my parents to meet her and said, I think you should take her to my guru. That will be very good for her. Now, Pandit Ramashai Jhaji was the head of the Department of Music, and my parents were teaching in the English department. They were colleagues in a sense. So, my parents put in the request, and he said, has she learnt before? And my parents said, not really in a sustained, proper, disciplined way, but she's musical and she loves music. So he said, I'm teaching too many people. I'm not going to be able to teach her right now. Let her learn with somebody. When she learns a little, then you can bring her back to me. I'll accept her. This is right after I do my intermediate college, and I'm doing my admission work for my BA. Now there's a talent contest for all freshers. And I walk on stage with a distinct swagger, thinking that, no big deal. And I'm quite smug also. And I freeze when I reach the stage, because in the judges' row is Ramashray Jhaji. Now I'm like a blithering, I'm quavering and trying. One moment I almost ran out back from the stage. But I sang some terrible... I just sang it terribly, I know, because I was quavering and really frightened to have him in the audience. All the swagger was swept away in a second. But for some reason, he chose to teach me. And he said, ले आइएगा. हमारे पास समय ज़्यादा नहीं होता, संडे ले आया करिए. So that's how my talim started with him. And he was the person who shaped a lot of my musical foundation, in a sense. He was also very, I think, he knew that there was a lot that I should have learnt in my childhood, but because I didn't learn formally, that had to be supplemented. How he managed that, I really don't know. But it began with these very intense sessions where I would constantly be in trouble, not working hard enough. Also, a very quick oral memory makes you feel super confident. Yaad ho jayega. But it's not like that. So the first few years were quite rocky. And after that, I knew that I was so interested in the music that life wouldn't be the same without it. So I said, I better, put myself through the paces as much as I can. And I also didn't have a very feminine voice, if you know what I'm saying. It's a more powerful, maybe a little androgynous voice.
Husky.
Husky is a nice way of putting it. Thank you. But, suddenly I would find Guruji saying to somebody that, यद्यपि इनकी आवाज संगीतोपयोगी नहीं है, फिर भी हमने उसको बना दिया है. And then I would say, what does that mean, I think I also spent a lot of time, because you're talking to me about the talim and how people gave me the confidence, my gurus gave me the confidence to sing with the voice that I was born with. Very often, I used to feel very self-conscious about not having a clear, bell-like, high-pitched voice, sort of the super iconic, ultimately, quintessentially Indian woman's voice. And I would spend a lot of time trying to sound sweet and honeyed, and it never worked, I would always sound like me. It sounds like I'm trying to imitate somebody. But Ramashray Jhaji spent years in giving me the confidence and the basic idea of how to approach Hindustani classical music with the kind of voice that I was born with. He really equipped me with that very strong, firm foundation. Teaching of certain things like how to tune a tanpura. Now, it's becoming more and more popular for artists not to use acoustic tanpuras and to use brilliantly made apps which are very convenient. But the act of learning how to tune a tanpura, even though they're just 4 strings, or some people use 5 and 6 string tanpuras also, but just getting those perfectly tuned is equally an ear training and a very, very fine ear tuning. So all of that was taught to me by Ramashray Jhaji. Once I moved to Delhi, and that was again very important and at the behest of my mother. She said, you've grown up in this town. Everybody treats you like the little kid they knew 20, 21 years ago. And everybody's indulgent towards you. You don't really know where you stand in the world of music. Here everybody's saying, oh, wah, 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 wah. They're saying wah, wah because you're our daughter. We've known their families forevermore. They've known us forevermore. Who's going to tell you that, you sound like a foghorn? Nobody will. So you better move out of this place. You're never going to find your feet otherwise. Now the options were to move to Maharashtra, to Bombay, to Kolkata, or then to come to Delhi. And because I was a Hindi-speaking, English-speaking young woman, my parents felt that perhaps Delhi would not be such a traumatic change for me. So I came to Delhi to learn from Pandit Vinay Chandra Mudgal, who had founded the Gandhar Mahavidyalaya and was one of the teachers that I was fortunate to learn from. Amit, that gentleman could inspire such confidence in his students like no other teacher I've seen. Normally, teachers can be intimidating, gurus can be intimidating. Bhaiji, as everybody called him, was just the opposite. Very often, he would convince me. I would say, no, I won't be able to sing this composition in another week. I have to record for All India Radio. I will not be able to do it. Nahi, tu karegi beta, tu kar legi. And this deep sense of belief that no, you will be able to do it made you feel I actually did it, and I don't think I did it because I was clever or because that I was quick to learn. It is because माहौल बना दिया था कि हो जाएगा तो हो भी गया. He was a very hard-working, committed teacher who worked from morning till night to run the Vidyalaya as he did. Deeply dedicated. I mean, at the end of a grueling 12 to 14-hour day, if I were to ask him that, I want to learn Shuddh Sarang, are you too tired? No. Let's go to one of the classes and sit down and I'll teach it to you. Really generous man. And it was to him that I mentioned that I'm deeply interested in Thumri. Jhaji had also taught me a little bit of Thumri, but just the introduction, you could say. I had always loved Thumri and I wanted to sing Thumri. Perhaps also my association and learning of dance had something to do with that. So I asked Bhaiji that I want to learn Thumri. He didn't sing Thumri. He didn't like Thumri too much also, as far as I can remember. But he said, "ठीक है बेटा, तो मैं ढूंढता हूँ कोई." And he said, "Let's go to Naina Devi ji. And I'm going to ask her to teach you Thumri." She lived in Kakanagar in one of the government allotted bungalows for artists. Off we went to Kakanagar. And for my first talim, Bhaiji was sitting at the back. So Naina ji had this lovely, living room with a takhat on which she sat elegantly. She was a very elegant woman with harmonium in hand. Me at her feet on the carpet below, just sitting there looking up in awe. And Bhaiji in an armchair behind. She started teaching me a Bhairavi Dadra. And she started teaching me in that very first session this tradition of weaving in couplets from Urdu poetry, etc., to complement and to supplement what you're saying through the Dadra or the Thumri. It's an old tradition. Many of the courtesans would sing that with great aplomb and with great impact. So she started teaching me that. And I said, oh, this is perhaps not to Bhaiji's taste. And I started looking over my shoulder surreptitiously to see what his reaction is. I couldn't even have bothered. He was fast asleep in the armchair. But I wanted to tell you this, that my interest in Tumri was something that he, despite not being a Tumri artist himself or too fond of Tumri, see how he supported my interest in Tumri. That's a very generous guru who will do that, to send you to another artist, a specialist in the area, to learn that. And really, learning from him was truly, really, I was very fortunate. Nana ji was the only lady, in that sense, a lady who was one of my gurus. My mother was my first guru. She taught me my first bhajan, Tulsidas bhajan, Thumak Chalat Ramchandra. But Nana ji was indulgent and very loving. So she would say, "When's your birthday?" I would tell her, "This is my birthday. Come, we'll have a party at home." She would get the food made. Can you imagine going to your guru's home to celebrate your birthday when it's the other way around? Or saying that, "Chalo, मैं तुम्हें ना चांदनी चौक ले चलती हूँ, पुरानी दिल्ली चलते हैं, वहाँ इत्र की दुकान में जाएंगे. I want you to learn what itra is used in which season." This deep interest in life, in culture, wanting to share it with her students. I think it was such a valuable experience for me to be, close to an artist like that. Also somebody who cared deeply for the welfare of artists. She did a lot to get, let's say, subsidized housing for many artists in Delhi. This idea of, she was from a very wealthy, privileged background, kind of a regal family. And despite that, there was a constant train of artists at her home who needed something, whom she was helping, identify doctors who could treat them. Some I've even seen going through surgery and coming and staying at Kakanagar with her. So I think this idea of the community and the welfare of the community is also something that I treasure, and which she really sort of established, that you can't be living as an artist without bothering about anyone else. She was very generous and very indulgent, and very often she would, towards the end, she would call me on the landline and said, "Shubha, जल्दी से लिख लो, मुझे 3 कजरियां पुरानी याद आई हैं, वर्ड्स लिख लो नहीं तो मैं भूल जाऊंगी." In one day, I could come back armed with 5 beautiful, charming compositions which she shared with me. I think truly it was a privilege to have learned from her. With Thakarji, Vasant Thakarji, he was not somebody whom I went to for a long time. But, he was his way of teaching and his way of communicating with students also was quite funny. So the first day when I went to learn from him, he said, "मुझे गुरु मत कहना." So I said, "बा मैं सीख रही हूँ आपसे, तो कैसे नहीं कहूँ गुरु हैं आप?" "नहीं, मैं कंसल्टेंट हूँ, तुम मुझे कंसल्ट कर रही हो, मैं गुरु नहीं हूँ असल में." I said, "I don't see the difference." But to even have this conversation and to insist that I would like to call him a guru, and he's saying, "No, don't call me a guru," when usually this is not accepted. I didn't spend too much time, but he would give me very valuable insights, and we had long discussions and disagreements in those discussions, which he permitted. I'm not too sure that I would still brazen it out if he got angry, but he always gave me the independence and the freedom to disagree with him. And I really cherish that. Sadly, he became ill and passed away, but it was fun going to him and arguing with him and debating various things.
Let's take a quick commercial break, and on the other side of the break, we'll continue with your journey. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still with Shubha Mudgal. We're talking about her life and her career, and we've just reached the 1980s. You're in your 20s. You've been learning music and you've become serious about it. And at this point in time, what was sort of your self-image? Like, what was your story to yourself about what you are going to be, what you want to do? How did you see, your life ahead?
Frankly, it was quite a haze, and I had moved from Allahabad to Delhi. I had wanted to learn, and as I mentioned to you, my mother was keen that I should see whether I have any merit or not. And she said there might be thousands of young people like you across India wanting to learn music and wanting to perform at some point of time, but you need to assess where you stand. And so I actually came to learn from Pandit Vinay Chandra Moudgalya. As it happened, he felt it would be a good idea for me to marry his eldest son. And so I married. A marriage was arranged between Mukul and me. And the marriage lasted for about 8 years. We have a son, but the marriage didn't go beyond that. Nevertheless, the wonderful thing was that despite our marriage having broken, I always considered Bhaiji my guru. And I still do, and he was also very kind to me. We met very rarely, but whenever we met, it was good to see him again. But it was a big upheaval in my life, and I was once again, I was displaced in a big way. So whatever I had been able to settle into once I left Allahabad and came to Delhi, now there was this big upheaval, and there was, breakup of a marriage is never easy for anyone. And it was a very dark, difficult time for me. When I was in Delhi, I wanted to live independently, of course. But for example, practical things like finding a place to stay. Everybody would ask me for a company lease. I had no company that could refer. I would stand guarantee for me. So I would move from one place to the other trying to find a decent place. I had very little money. Everywhere people would say, "To aap kya karti hain?" And then I could see, suspicion break out in all forms on their faces and in their tones. Once I said I was a singer. And नहीं वो तो ठीक है, but और क्या करती हैं? And और मैं कुछ करती भी नहीं थी. But those years and grappling with practical issues, where to stay, how to earn a living, no phone, even a landline took many, many days to be installed. All of that happened, but I settled finally in a small apartment in Paharganj, which I got through friends. And when I moved in there was no water connection. The electricity connection had been disconnected. There was, I think when I went to see it, there was this kind of, from a Hitchcock movie, huge cobweb from the ceiling to the floor with a dead pigeon in it. And anyway, I started living in Paharganj, and I was fortunate that everybody thought of me as a sort of a friendly Martian who sang at odd hours of the day and night, but otherwise was okay. And it used to be sweet because there's a temple nearby. A lot of ladies would go to the temple. And then I heard somebody ring the doorbell one day and say that, वो वाला तू क्यों नहीं गा रही है, वो जो उस दिन गा रही थी, पता नहीं तू क्या ये सासा रे रे गा गा गाई जा रही है. So they had heard some bhajan that I must have been practicing and they liked it, and so there was a farmaishi program also going on. But I've been in that place ever since. I finally bought that apartment much later in Delhi. But it was a very difficult phase where, in a sense, I had to grapple with many things. And it took years to really slowly emerge from that. And but it was a very important time musically for me, because it left me alone. It left me isolated in a way that I had never been isolated earlier, even from my family, which did not approve of my walking out of the marriage. And so I had nowhere to go. I was left alone with myself and the music that I had learned from all these amazing artists. There was a huge amount of music that I had learned and needed to practice. And I had nothing else to do. No program to sing, no assignment to do. घर में बैठ के क्या करोगे? गाने के बारे में ही सोचोगे. वो सारी चीज़ें जो सीखी थी, लेकिन जिसे आत्मसात कहते हैं, they had not become part of my, I hadn't internalized them. I spent a lot of time with my voice, how I want to sound, and how I want to present a composition, a rag. Do I need to follow the same format or template for each rag and each composition? Or is it possible to look at it? Finally, rags also have personalities. So how can I templatize them? So I was working on all these aspects of the music while my head and heart was in a complete storm. But I think it was a very important point in my life. I think that I really found many answers at that point of time. Again, I must confess, that I am no sort of brazen it out warrior kind of creature. It is difficult to be in such situations, and it's always, one day is good and the other is bad. But left alone, I had no other option but to just move towards the music and find a kind of deep companionship with music, which perhaps I wouldn't even have sought otherwise.
What you just said about solitude and immersion and learning reminded me of a beautiful short story I read in my childhood, which I'll share with you as I come to the next question. It's a story called The Royal Game by Stefan Zweig, later re-released as the chess story. And it's about a guy who's imprisoned during the war for political reasons, and he's in solitary for I think a long, long time, maybe years. And in solitary, he can do absolutely nothing, but he makes himself a makeshift chessboard or a chess set, or maybe he gets it in his head or whatever, and he starts playing chess with himself, and eventually he learns it so well, because that's all that he is doing. He is with himself, and he becomes really, really good. And then when he's released, he's on a cruise where he happens to play the world chess champion, and he defeats him. And then there's a rematch supposed to happen, and he refuses to play because, as far as I remember, because he knows he'll go mad, because there's been nothing but chess in his head all the time, and he has to get away from it. And I want to now then ask you about learning and the impact that the solitude has on it, because when I think about learning, I think it can happen in two ways. And I know chess pretty well, so I'll talk about it a bit. That one way to learn is you learn how the pieces move, and then you play games, and in that bottom up way you learn, and then gradually things become clear. Another way is that you learn top down, that a guru will tell you the broad principles. Ki dekho, initiative is important, so develop your pieces quickly. Space is important, so occupy the center. So you understand the why behind everything in an instructional kind of way. And I think everything that we can learn partly by doing in a bottom-up kind of way, and partly by being taught the basic principles. Like even, if I learn an instrument, the easiest way is I just learn some chords and then I try to learn a popular song, and that's a bottom-up thing. And then as I go deeper into it, I begin to understand. Or I can have a teacher tell me, or I can learn from a book the broad principles and try to work down from there. So I want to ask you about what your process of learning was like, because obviously both ways are important. You need both, otherwise it doesn't really happen. The sense of play comes in a bottom up way where you're just trying out things, but also the understanding the why and the broader picture becomes much easier if so what was the process of learning music like for you? And I'm guessing that in these years where you had enough time to spend with yourself and think about it, you'd already internalized all the whys, the theory, the first principle, and now you could really think at that deep level, which you may not have been able to do earlier. So take me through.
So, and talking specifically about this period where I did not have access to my gurus as well. So, I said to myself that they have equipped me with a lot, which I really haven't been working on for too long. Also, I realized one thing, that if a rag has to be presented as an interpretation of your understanding of it, then certainly you will refer to all the rules, all the utterances, the ucharan, etc. You will refer to the compositions, which are like keys to understanding a rag. But finally, it has to be your interpretation. And the usual process in a talim session is that you are sitting in front of the guru. The moment you make a mistake, or the moment there is anything ambiguous or not too clear, the guru steps in and shows you the way. So you're never really on your own. I'm not saying that you don't need a guru, but I think that enforced isolation was very necessary for me, because that was the time when I could say, okay, I've learned 25 compositions in, let's say, one rag. Now, how am I going to present this rag as I see it? And there's nobody who's going to step in when I make a mistake. I have to rely on what I've learned and my own hearing of myself that doesn't sound too convincing, or it's a nice design, a nice phrase, but doesn't work right here. So I had to go through all of this, and I also felt that it gave me the chance to rely on blocks of information, musical phrases that are supposed to characterize a rag. And then you may ask, how spontaneous is your interpretation? But how to use those blocks in a manner where you are able to make well-considered but spontaneous choices and save yourself, as in a chess game, in case you feel that you're in danger. So all of these things really were quite fascinating. I'm sure I was indulgent with myself at times also. But at the same time, really, it was, there was nobody to tell me that your voice is sounding too broad at this point. If I didn't listen to it, it would be like that. Or if I wanted to try modulation, as is so important in, let's say, a form like Tumri, where this abandoned pukar is what is so coveted, and so we work so hard. How much of pukar? Pukar bhi to, if I have to shout for somebody to hear me outside of the studio, it's going to be a lot more intense. And I may actually do a pukar right here, but it will be of a different intonation. So I think really those were the years when I started looking at all of this on my own, and not in the kind of chaperoned, guided way that I had been privileged to earlier. And that's where I think I made a lot of musical choices. I mean, people may not agree with my choices or what I decided to do and how I decided to sing. But for me, this was a very important weighing of talim and learning how to use that talim in an independent manner.
The writer and editor William Maxwell once said about writing and about, working with young writers, and that quote, "After 40 years, what I came to care about most was not style, but the breath of life," stop quote. And I love this quote because the breath of life. And is it correct if I interpret what you just said as saying that all your different gurus may have taught you about style and technique and craft and all of that, but this is where you got that breath of life in you, in the sense that this is where you began to arrive at an authenticity, that this is me, that this is not just a raga being performed, this composition, but this is me, and began to kind of figure that out. Is that what was happening?
Yes, and also it was a very firm anchor for me through a very emotional time. Because if I am not, that is that companionship of music and that belief that this is what I want to do. I would be a good girl earlier. I would be a polite good girl earlier. Now I said this, okay, I have chosen this way of life, and I want to live it like this. I want to sing my life like this. So I thought yes, you're right. Those were the prompts I was getting from the music and from life. And I was listening to them and I was reacting and I was trying to see, how I can. I mean, I had no idea whether I'd ever get a concert after that or not. It's not, I mean, as I said to you, Bhaiji, who was earlier my father-in-law as well, was a very well-respected and revered, and is a revered figure in Indian music even today. And people would feel worried about offending him. I know many artists who invited me to collaborate with them and said sorry later, after we started rehearsing, to say that, no, we don't want to offend Bhaiji. He himself, I always answered them in one way. He was my father-in-law as well as my guru. He remains my guru. And my guru will never want to harm me in this way. You have interpreted him in a very petty way. That's your problem. I'm not going to... I don't want to work, no problem. But there were all these, there is a lot of politics in the world of the arts as well. And sometimes it is, used by people to stoke mischief and to stoke more controversy. But all of this was happening. And it's not a pleasant situation to be in, but the music was really keeping me really strong and has kept me strong all along.
Give me a sense of what that ecosystem of music was like in those days, and we can also talk later about how it changed. Like, if you were a classical musician, you were learning Hindustani, what were the roots? Like, my vague impression of, the different arts is that when I look at something like the fine arts, like painting, it was always, and perhaps still is, a world really controlled by a few gatekeeping elites. And if those gatekeeping elites choose to show you in their galleries, and if they choose to, if you happen to get critical acclaim and all that, you are fine. Otherwise, you're not. And there's no way of breaking out of that. It's not a mass medium in that sense. And and it's pretty horrible. There are other arts which are much more like a mass medium, where you can break away. You don't, it's not so hard, and the elite don't control everything. So what was the world of Hindustani classical like? Like, if you were a Hindustani classical, did it matter which gharana you were from, which guru you were under, the circles that you knew, the elites who supported you, how important was all of that? And then within that ecosystem, what are you now thinking of? Because if you feel like some doors are closing, not because Bhaiji was petty, which, as you pointed out, he didn't care, but some people interpret it that way and would be extra careful, then, within that ecosystem, what did you see happening? Because that period in the mid 90s onwards, when a whole new world opened up and you were so successful there, that you couldn't have imagined before that. So how were you thinking of, what was the world like, and how were you thinking of navigating it?
I mean, I was singing. I had already started being featured in a lot of festivals that featured at that time what they called upcoming artists. And so I'd been singing for those. I'd been singing a couple of, the opening acts for very major festivals. I had received fairly good reviews, in fact, some very good ones, by some people who were considered great music critics. And then suddenly it was all switched off. So the only place, it's very interesting. You're bringing back a whole lot of memories. The only place that I would get invited to was from All India Radio. Because they have this, at that time they used to have this system of calling each artist. It was a circulation depending on how you were graded. So if you were top grade, you got more concerts. If you were, let's say, B high, then fewer. And there were these slots in the day or at night where you got 15 minutes to sing, half an hour later in the day. So they would keep sending me these contracts. And at that time, it was a big prestige thing to be singing on radio, even then. Although the money is, peanuts. But it used to be a matter of prestige. And I felt, that it gives me a chance to present repertoire. You don't have concerts at 8:15 in the morning. So go and sing a rag, which is for that time. It was like a exercise and an experience that could help you. And I remember that I went for a recording. I had not received a single concert invitation for over a year. And then I have this live broadcast from the Delhi station where I'm an artist. And I come out of the studio after my broadcast, and the program executive tells me the station director has asked to see you because there is a phone call for you. So somebody heard me sing live on radio, called the station and asked to speak to me. So the station director gave me the number, and I went to a STD booth and dialed that number, and somebody from Mumbai had invited me for a concert. So it was, the wait for the next invitation could be years. And that is the case with all artists, whether it was in the 90s or today. You never know where your next concert invitation or concert opportunity is going to come from. But for me, it was even more uncertain because of the entire sort of perceived politics of it all. But I started emerging from that slowly. Then there were all the adventures that every artist must go through, I'm sure.
What kind of adventures?
Oh, all kinds. They're just amazing. So, okay, I'm going to try and mask the facts and tell you these stories because they really are quite crazy stories. So from one city in North India, I would always get a call when I got a landline, which with a gentleman saying, "Are you Shubha Mudgal?" in a very hoarse voice. "I'm calling from so-and-so city. You must come and sing here." And I would always, it was almost like somebody scolding me and saying, "What the hell have you been doing with your life? You have to come and sing in this city." So I had no idea who this person was. No letter was sent. So you don't know whether it's an institution or whether it's an individual. I only knew that it used to take place in a temple. So finally, after many years of this hoarse voice calling me, one year I said, "Okay, I'll come, but it's just a day before Holi. Holi gets very rowdy in Delhi, so I'll need to come back right after the show And I was actually protecting myself that I don't want to stay the night. I don't know what situation I'm going to be in. And of course, nobody prepares you for the business of music. So we all grew up thinking that money is a very bad word. If you ask somebody that, bhai, mujhe kya paise milenge? So that means you are, in inverted commas, commercial and money minded. And it doesn't matter uh, whether you spend money and out of your own pocket, but there were all these things, baggage we had grown up with. So naturally, I had no idea of how to ask this gentleman. But I said, I'm not in a situation where I can afford this. So I asked him what payment I would get. Oh, don't worry, he said. You cover all your costs. Don't. Where will I stay? At my place, he said. So I said, at your place? Family man hu main. And I'm also wondering, family man, but I don't know this man. Then he reeled off a whole lot of names of um, my contemporaries who had performed there. But I still didn't feel confident about calling them and asking. And all the while I was hearing my mother's voice, and she would, whenever I would tell her about such situations, she would say, don't complain. You've chosen this now. You deal with it. Or if you find it too difficult, think of something else. Well, learn to deal with it. I said, no, Shubha Mudgal, you must deal with this. So off I go on a train, and Mr. Horse Voice has arrived at the station to meet me. And I think I'll probably get into some kind of vehicle. There's a scooter, a Lambretta scooter, on which he has come to receive me. Now I perch behind, holding my suitcase like this in my arms, and we go rocketing off through a bazaar and everything till we literally lurch into a gate, into a kind of a one-storied house. And he says, you freshen up over here, fresh holo up, and फिर चलते हैं, program के लिए चलते हैं. So I thought I'll change into a different sari. And I start hauling my suitcase up a flight of stairs, which is on the outside of the house. So it's on the side of the house, and there's obviously a barsati room on top. You have to prepare yourself for what I'm going to say next.
Wow.
Mr. Horsevoice follows me, and we enter a room which is lit by a single bulb, naked bulb on a wire. So there's this eerie feel to the whole thing, and the walls are not plastered, but there's just cement. So there's even more gloom. And all along the walls are black and white pictures, framed pictures of someone's funeral. Yes, including the body in close-up.
Wow.
Now you can imagine, I'm about, still not 30, I think. Here I am, in this strange city, in a strange home. I have to sing in a few hours, and I've been brought into this room with these Gaulish pictures all around. So there I am saying, okay, I get ready and I decide I will not stay here. So I pack my suitcase and I lug it down again. Now it's time to leave. So why are you bringing your suitcase? I said, no, I have to go right from the concert venue I'm going. No, nothing. I said, no way. We go to this temple, and I had told him that I need tanpuras. I'll play one myself. I need somebody to play. So I said, where are the tanpuras? So he said, the program was already on. It was like one of those, like marathons through the day and through the night and everything. So he says, tanpura chahiye? Chalo chalte hain. And takes me to the rasoi in the temple, where there's prasad being made, and on the side, on a rug that was probably from the Indus Valley civilization are two dusty tanpuras. Obviously not for women. Like, I mean, from the size and the whole thing you can make out. So I said, but these are not for my scale. I told you which key I'll sing from. So he says, no, no, no. नहीं है ये तेरे लिए ठीक नहीं है चल चलते हैं back again on the scooter and we reach a beat up old door which has a blind school board on it. We knock on the door and suddenly the door opens and an inebriated gentleman who's now I'm introduced to as the principal of this Vidyalaya stands there and he points drunkenly to a whole lot of tanpuras lying there in equal disarray. But now, can you see a young artist in such a situation? Fortunately for me, the program went well. I received a lot of, good wishes and everything. But I mean, I'm sure you only have to ask any musician. They'll come out with a million such stories. But just look at
And did you get paid well?
No. There's no question of it. Must have been paid some 5,000 rupees or something like that. Barely covered my expenses, but it was fun.
I had this thought a while back that I was looking at some of my favorite painters and I'd gone to Spain on holiday, so I kind of went deep into Picasso and Miro and all of those. And I realized that A, their best work had come in their later years, in fact, when they were in the 70s and 80s, and B, that both of them had been incredibly prolific. In fact, Picasso apparently has a record for the largest number of paintings at a certain age. And my theory was that, look, the reason they were so prolific is because they were already so successful. Right, so that made it easy for them कि काम करते रहो, and that there is a selection effect at play, there is a survivor bias at play, that had they not succeeded as young as they did, वो यहाँ तक पहुँचते नहीं, and they might have produced absolutely nothing in the 60s, 70s, 80s. So now when you were at this crossroads in time where it seemed that, okay, this is an elite-driven, gatekeeper-guarded sort of ecosystem, अगर आपको काम नहीं मिलेगा तो क्या होगा आपका? So how were you thinking of your own life at this point? Because at one level you said that you had realized at this point, because music was such a companion to you and a solace to you in your solitude, that you had realized कि मुझे यही करना है. But at the same time, the ecosystem might not have been as friendly to you as it was. So how were you sort of thinking of that? Like, मैं क्या करूँगी? Like, what was the worst case scenario you were thinking of? What are the alternative paths it could have gone down on? Is there a possibility that despite your love for music, you would just have been forced to give it up? Or had you decided कि कुछ भी हो जाए, I'll be on the street, but I'll only devote my life to music?
I didn't think of ever giving it up. But yes, I did a lot of things which I would not want to do today. I've sung very silly jingles for the princely sum of 500 rupees. And those 500 rupees were also given to me after much, going back and wanting, because that's all I was earning. I've sung for, like recordings for ballets being done by different people. I sang as accompaniment to dance, all of which I enjoyed. There were some things which I had to do to make some money, but I think that in the long run, if I enjoyed singing for a dancer, I continued singing. I mean, I did not feel any sense of wanting to find myself in central focus. So I kept doing all of these things, and as I said, some were really silly jingles. There were some, albums being made where I would be paid a very paltry sum to sing the odd bhajan or something like that, and I did all of that. That is how I made ends meet, and it was rough, but I felt I was earning the money through the music, and that also made me feel less, how should I say, disappointed with the quality of the work that I was getting, and I continued to look at these opportunities as a way of understanding more about the music and even the business of music. I mean, even the fact that I had started deciding that, okay, I'm not going to go unless these are the terms that are met. I would not have arrived at had I not gone through all of this. I think I would still have remained, sort of looking here and there if somebody asked me about payment. And I decided that no, some things one can do because one wants to do them and you don't get paid. But some things, these are the terms. Call me if you want to, otherwise no problem. But it's never so easy. The moment you say this is what I want, then many people feel their feathers are ruffled. How can a mere, or that too some unknown singer, how can she say that she wants this much? And while I'm not a great one for suggesting that women are treated unfairly, I do think they are. At one point of time, I don't think I would have said so. But I think if a woman says that a woman artist says, I want this microphone, I would like an audio engineer. Do you find these unreasonable demands for a vocalist? That I want good sound, therefore the equipment. I want somebody professional handling sound, hence the audio engineer. This is considered difficult. Or if you say that you want to be paid X amount of money and no later than the date of your assignment. Oh, but so-and-so Pandit ji and so-and-so Ustad ji, they have sung for us, they have never talked money with us. Well, that was them. This is me. And I would like to, and with due respect to them, maybe they wanted to say, not talk about money at that point of time. All kinds of issues and lack of professionalism is a large part of an artist's nightmares. So, not getting paid, either too little, of course, that can only happen if you agree, but not on time. Being forced to make multiple requests to retrieve your own money and being humiliated for it. That is the life story of every artist. People telling you that, oh, do you remember, like 10 years later, somebody will meet me and say, oh, do you remember you had sung for so-and-so event? And of course, that time you were not so well known. So, what a thing to remind me of, I said, yeah, well, it takes time. But all of these things happen. Plus, there is another big story that we haven't even touched at this point in the conversation. That is the issue of artists' rights and copyrights and intellectual property. That is a nightmare for which the general student of Hindustani music is totally unprepared for. Now, I was in a situation where I was, of course, singing a few Hindustani classical performances, but I was also, let's say, composing for dance. I was singing for dance. No letters, no agreements would be exchanged. If they were given to us, I would say, anywhere between 10 days to 1 month after the recording was complete, very often after the performance had taken place, and would contain, I know that they all of the contracts say that we have to observe confidentiality, but what confidentiality? Because when they ask you to surrender your rights in perpetuity, in any format to be delivered or to be created in the universe, in the future, or in any galaxy. Yeah, I've even had that. Why do you need these rights? What are you going to do with it? You asked me to create a song for a particular situation in which you will use it. Why do you need to own it? But this, this entire absolute fooling around with contracts. Either there will be no contract, which is very convenient for everyone, or there will be contracts which are drawn up. I don't know by which creature drew these contracts up, particularly for something like Hindustani classical music. I cannot sing Rag Yaman in forever in my future, but I am assigning the rights of Rag Yaman to X label or Y label. I never owned it in the first place. So how can I assign those rights? Nobody is using that. I don't even think it's common sense, but it continues to this date. And the worst part is that, I just happen to be literate, so I would read those contracts and say, what is this? How can I assign rights for this? It is not mine. But no, I slowly turned into this copyright fiend, where my own community very often calls me never to ask how I'm doing or, what's new in music, but to ask me for advice on contracts and copyright. I'm not a lawyer, but how can you sign something like this? And so it became I've had quite a fractured kind of an association with many organizations and individuals who consider, perhaps if they were ever to mention me, they would say I am difficult. On my part, I think I'm asking for something which nobody objects to. In fact, if it is a well-known male musician, they may say that he is difficult, but he says, uske baad gaya bahut acha. In my case, they won't even say that because I'm a woman. How did I ask for these things? And, asking for the right equipment or, asking about basic facilities, it's considered you become the difficult person. If you ask them to use a picture which I am allowed to use, how can I possibly give you a photograph or permission to use a photograph which you have taken off the internet when I don't have permission for it? I do it at your own peril, but indemnify me then. Never will they agree to do that. It's a record, Amit, that every organization asks me to send pictures. I try and send them pictures which I have permission to use and which are recent, so that I should look like the person who will appear on stage. Suddenly I'll see myself at 21 in a poster for a program day after. I don't know what it is.
It's a compliment. You still look so young. So, yeah. I want to double click and talk a lot more about the business of music because it's fascinating, and I first want to digress and ask another question sparked by something you were saying just before that, where you spoke about that unusual experience in that town. In your beautiful book, Looking for Miss Sargam, you have this minor character at one point who is in St. Petersburg, and she's doing alaps at a fashion show accompanied by lingerie and leather boots.
Yes.
So alaps with lingerie and leather boots kind of amuse me, and it also reminded me of Keith Jarrett. Are you a fan of Keith Jarrett?
Yes.
So you know the story behind the Cologne concert,
Yes.
right? So for my listeners, I'll repeat the story because it is so inspiring.
Yeah.
It blows me every time. On January 27, 1975, Keith Jarrett landed up at the Cologne Opera House, where this young concert organizer had invited him for a concert. Her name was Vera Brandes, and she was 17 years old, which he didn't know. But anyway, so she was 17, and he was taken inside the concert hall to see how the situation was, and he had asked for what I think is a Bosendorfer piano to be ready for him because that's what he played on. Instead, they had accidentally got a baby Bosendorfer, and it wasn't fit for him, and even that a couple of keys weren't functioning well or whatever. And he went out and he threw a fit and he said, this won't do. And he got in his car saying, I'm gonna go. And what had happened earlier that day is Vera Brandes had realized the piano is wrong. She tried to get another one, but it was raining heavily and it wasn't possible. So the crowds are coming in, and Vera Brandes is outside at Keith Jarrett's car begging him that please stay on. And she's 17 years old and she's crying, and it's raining and she's crying, and he's not well also, Jarrett. And then he finally looks at her and he says, okay, I'll do it just for you, but come on, I never do this. And then he goes inside and he starts playing. And it's a masterpiece. I listen to that album so often. It's the largest selling solo piano album ever, 3.5 million copies. And initially, you can actually make out that he's trying to figure out the instrument, right? So his sense of sort of engagement with the instrument is completely live. He's not going through the motions. He's not on autopilot. He's just building a relationship with it, and the whole concert is genius. And this is actually similar to that lady who's singing alaps through lingerie and leather, in a sense. It is similar to your having to deal with a tanpura in that village town, which is
Yes.
not quite your tanpura.
Yes.
Or you're sitting on that stage which is split in the middle with an AC at your back and the lights at your front.
Yes.
All of it is like that. And actually, I feel like it's a metaphor for the music business itself, where you have two completely separate things taking part. And the one thing that is taking place, and the one thing that is taking place is a musician and their music, which we think of as something sacred. And on the other side, you have a certain kind of crass commerce, or it's a lingerie and it's a leather boots and it's a wrong piano and it's a man's tanpura, and everything that can go wrong is going wrong. At a metaphorical level, that's just how it is. And how do you deal with this as a musician? Because probably a very, very large percentage of the time, you are playing one game and the other party, whether it is a record label bringing out an album, whether it is a concert series, whether it is a TV show, is playing another game. So how do you reconcile this? Like, what do? Do you just tell yourself in every situation that I will sit and do my dharma, which is play music the best I know, or wahan jo hoga so hoga, and let me not have any expectations, let me give up on that? And is there something at all that you would define as a musician's dharma? That you think of something as your dharma, that this is not in a religious sense at all, but
Yes.
your duty to the music? And so give me a sense of your sense of ethics and how you deal with conflicts of this sort.
So I try my best to have as much conversation with the organizer to ensure that we are in sync. In my case, Amit, it's a little complicated also, because I also sang popular music. Now, when I sang popular music, I took an artistic decision that if I'm asked to come and sing those songs like, say, Ab Ke Sawan or Sikho Na Naino Ki Bhasha or Man Ke Manjeere, I'm not going to try and sing Malkons and Darbari to that audience. I will come with a set of musicians appropriate for that kind of music. I will rehearse before. I will reach and perform that. I'm not going to do this khichdi kind of presentation. Primarily because it doesn't satisfy me. I don't want to have this kind of schizophrenic thing happening on stage where one moment I'm belting out Ab Ke Sawan, the next minute I'm doing something entirely different. Similarly, when you call me for classical music, I will not sing any farmaish of popular music. I have tried to do this from the day. Now, this would not have been a problem had those couple of albums or those tracks not become popular. They did, and through no fault of mine, and that has made life very lovely in many ways and very difficult in the aspect of reaching proper terms and conditions for a concert. Everyone thinks, and very often they are justified in thinking, because a lot of artists agree. Other artists who are classical artists, who have done popular music, will play a film song or something. I have nothing against film songs. I have nothing against any form of... I enjoy all kinds of things. But it's just that as a performer, I don't want to do this mix. And it becomes very difficult to convey that to the organizer. Finally, I'm not in charge of publicity and marketing. So you'll find all sorts of strange things happening. They will speak to me about a classical performance, take the picture from the album cover of Ab Ke Sawan and put that on. They will not include the names of accompanying musicians. If you see that I'm playing a set with let's say guitar, bass guitar, drums, keyboards, etc., you are not going to imagine that I'm going to present khayal. You will probably imagine that I'm presenting popular music. And similarly, if the publicity material were to say tanpuras so and so, tabla so and so, sarangi, harmonium, you are getting a clear picture. People love to retain the ambiguity and love to make a mess of it. So this is something I've had to grapple with, but I always try to communicate with the organizer and try and say that, look, this has to be worked out. I can't do this. I don't mind if you get offended, but I'm not going to take those requests. I've stood by that from day one. Having done that, there comes a point when you feel you are responsible to the audience that has come to listen to you. So while I will not change my artistic stand, I will do my best even if I've been badly treated and even if I'm not being fairly treated. Once I'm on stage, I really try to switch off. I feel it's not fair to either throw a tantrum in front of the audience, and it leads to many situations which can be irritating, mildly or deeply irritating, but you learn how to deal with them, and I try to do that with some sense of calm. I mean, I've had situations where deep in an alap, and this is after many, many days and weeks of persuasion, that I agreed to sing for some people in Delhi at a lovely farmhouse. It's a beautiful evening. And I was really deep into the music when I suddenly hear a telephone ring. This is common enough now. But then I hear through the alap, "और बता यार कैसा है तू? और क्या चल रहा है?" I'm hearing this clearly. So I open my eyes and I'm staring in disbelief from the direction in which that sound is coming. And I'm watching this man, who's actually a office bearer of the organization, sitting in the first row, talking loudly. Everybody's looking at him. Aneesh and Sudhir are on tabla and harmonium with me, diligently playing on. Tanpura is playing on. Then I stop playing the Tanpura. Slowly Anish and Sudhir fade out. Now his music is up front. ओए चल फिर मिलते हैं, फिर बाद में मिलते हैं, बात करते हैं. Then there's no hurry. He's still continuing the conversation. हम बैठे हैं stage पे. Now, I mean, I could either have called him a so-and-so, which I sorely wanted to, but I just felt it would upset me to the point where I would not be able to return into the concert. As it is, I was going to find it difficult. But I thought if I lose my cool, I'm never going to be enter that space any longer. So then when he finished, I said, "आपका हो गया? मैं डिस्टर्ब नहीं करना चाह रही थी आपके कॉन्वर्सेशन को, तो आपका हो गया हो तो बात कर लीजिए आप, फिर उसके बाद स्टार्ट करते हैं." And he stopped. But now these are situations where you've been actually coaxed into coming with repeated requests. Then you are treated like this. But what do you do? The rest of the audience is not to blame. And frankly, I know that if I had yelled, then I would not have been able to get back into the zone. This is how one tries to deal with it. But these are constant irritants and constant issues. And some artists may say this is part of being an artist's life. But it's quite pretty common for all these things to happen.
Before we talk about the business of music again, let's talk about something that is pertinent to that, which is the audience for music. Right? I'm very curious to know what was the audience of Hindustani classical back in those days, and how did that evolve over a period of time? Like one of my good friends is the Sarod player Suresh Vyas. Don't know if you know him.
Of course.
So he was once telling me.
Annapurna Devi ji's student.
Exactly, yeah. So he was once telling me about how he was in Calcutta with Ustad Vilayat Khan Saab, and they were sort of walking down a street, and Khan Saab got mobbed as if he was a superstar, like the way a film star today would have, And at one point, I think Khan Saab was in a tram, and the tram took an unscheduled stop because the driver said कि Khan Saab आपका घर आ गया है.
How sweet.
And I was just thinking that in the current day and time, no Hindustani classical performer is really going to get that level of recognition and respect, and it's so charming. So even though there isn't much mass media present there, you get a certain amount of respect if you're a star like that. And I was just wondering कि audience kaisi hai? Like in my imagination, like there's a lovely phrase which comes from Paul Graham, which I've adopted as my phrase to live by, which is that it is better to be loved by a few than liked by many. And I would imagine कि उन दिनों में the classical performers were loved by a few, not liked by many. Most people may not know who they were, but the ones who loved them really loved them. All night concerts में जाते थे, जो festivals होते थे जाते थे. That deep love and affection was there. So now the questions that come up is, from a business point of view, how do you monetize something like that? Loved by a few but not liked by many. Because pop music is just the opposite. It's loved by no one but liked by many, in a sense, right? And also, how has that audience then evolved? Because that becomes very pertinent for you in the sense that you've straddled both worlds. And we'll of course talk about your journey in popular music after this. You've straddled both worlds. And I would think the audiences are very different. Like, I don't mean to imply that people don't love you for your popular music. Of course they do. But a large part of the following is going to be kinda shallow. There'll be nice songs. They'll feel good. They won't really get into the music in that way. They may not care so much about you. But the classical followers who are sitting with you, who are weeping from the third row, as you pointed out, they really care. So give me a sense of the evolution of the audience for Hindustani classical and the kind of music you do, especially because the times have now changed and all the music in the world is now available to us all the time.
Yes. I mean, I've watched audiences in a city like Delhi, for example, from the late 80s or so. I've been singing here from about 83, 84. And it's a very different kind of audience in different events and situations. So unlike Mumbai, where you have music circles, very small music circles that have really served the cause of Hindustani music and classical music for decades, by getting people to subscribe and become members. Delhi doesn't have that many clubs, but a lot of people have been hosting concerts, festivals for a long, long time. And depending on which organization it is and which part of the city it's happening in, you will find that an audience in Delhi will typically consist of some music lovers who have a great commitment to classical music, who are connoisseurs. But a large part will be also young students learning in various places. There will be a segment which is of the elite and powerful. You'll have a lot of requests for free passes, particularly in they must be in the first row. You can't even put them in the second row. So a lot of requests for that kind of thing from bureaucracy, all those. There'll be concerts where you're halfway into your rag and suddenly a politician will come and we will be asked to stop because the politician has to leave. So he will come on stage or she will come on stage and say their 2 minutes worth and then leave, and you're supposed to quickly comply. So in the same city, depending on the culture of that particular organization, there are also, for example, at the Vidyalaya, their annual festival starts on time. whether or not people are, whether the auditorium is full. There is a sense of discipline because that is the way it was created by Bhaiji and his team. So there's no question of people waiting or, hanging on while some important person chooses to be fashionably late. But there are other places where it's mayhem, And also, I must mention that, at various points, different political parties who were in the government in Delhi started looking for spaces, public spaces where music could be presented. Now I was wondering, I was asked to sing at Central Park in Connaught Place. I mean, it's not really the ideal place for a classical music performance. There's traffic, sound. Plus, there's just anybody can walk in. It's not like a controlled by invitation. We will walk in and people walk out. You have to be prepared for that. But even there, despite the audience being so diverse, there are such pleasant surprises sometimes. People will hang on to every word you're singing. Sometimes, and with the world of social media, I'll get messages from people I don't know at all saying, वो आपने ये पद गाया था, तो उसमें ये वाली लाइन का क्या अर्थ है? हम लिख नहीं पाए उसे जब आप गा रही थी. Now that's keen listening. And taking the trouble to contact me, So I think audiences across India, in each city, are a packet of surprises. You shouldn't take them for granted. You should be very convinced about what you want to present and be ready for the feedback. And I really feel that it's very difficult for me to say that this concert will go like this because it's being, or that there'll be young people, this whole thing about how it doesn't appeal to the young. Absolutely not acceptable to me. I find in the people that I am singing to very senior people and very young people also. I mean, I've had children sitting there. Maybe they were brought by parents. Maybe they were brought under duress. But there they are in in Nehru Park for a morning concert sketching away while we are singing. I love that, And I think that's how audiences find you and you find audiences. So I think that it's very difficult for me to generalize about audiences, but I take them very seriously. I would not want to not be prepared to give, I want to try and share with them at every concert. And yes, at times it becomes a little difficult. But even in the most difficult situations, you find people who are listening very keenly. I think that's wonderful.
So I'll talk about something that's puzzled me about writing and language and then bring that around to music. I teach a writing course where I'm teaching people to write in English, of course, and what I'll talk about is the importance of clarity. That the most important thing is that you have the effect you want to have on the reader, and you cannot do that unless your writing is clear. And I'll often offer them the Nani ji test, that if your Nani ji doesn't understand what you have written, if she is not engrossed by it, then it's your fault. It's not her fault. You have to get that right. Equally, I find that I am absolutely enchanted when I listen to some great Urdu poetry, even though I don't understand every word. And sometimes a great Urdu poet in the middle, like my friend Danish Hussain, who was here to talk about what he does. And so I was asking Danish ki, I can't take my eyes off you when you're performing because it's so amazing, it's magical. I don't understand half the words, and very often you will stop after a word and you will explain what it means, right? And I can't reconcile in my head the clear contradiction that there is between these two things. And when I think about music, I think about all the music that I've gotten into as stuff that I've just been viscerally drawn to. I don't understand it, but theek hai, I got drawn to rock, to alternative rock, to jazz, and one by one to various things. But at a level of theory, of course, I don't understand it and I don't need to. But with Hindustani classical music, it's always been very intimidating. Even though my mom was actually a musician of sorts, trained in Hindustani classical while being a housewife, and when I was a kid, she said, "Let me teach you," and she would do inducements. And to my eternal regret, I had a big attitude about it. I said, "नहीं मुझे rock करना है, वो सब करना है इसमें." I was. So therefore, I don't know the first thing about it. I can't recognize a raga. I can't understand the nuances and all of that. But I want to, right? And this is a puzzle I am trying to figure out, that if you are someone like me, and I'm sure many of the young people who might encounter you at a concert in the park, or the kids who are drawing and suddenly they look up and they're transported somewhere else, but they don't know why. They can't articulate why. They don't understand the music, but it speaks to them. So how do we think about this, the inaccessibility as it were, and how to make it more accessible? One way, of course, is your suggestion, which I think is a fantastic suggestion, that schools may make it part of the compulsory curriculum.
But not necessarily only classical.
Not necessarily, all kinds of arts, in fact, not just music, not just classical, all kinds of arts. But what do you think about that accessibility issue? Because then you run into a thing that a lot of your devoted listeners will immediately know कि आप कौन सा रागा गा रही है, what new thing are you doing you haven't done before, etc., etc. And you love that kind of listener. But you also want that other kind of listener who is crying without knowing why. So how do we bring these together? How, what is your sort of sense of this?
Well, there's not a single solution, but one of the things that Aneesh and I talk about very often is the idea of creating listening guides. I mean, Aneesh does so in his column on Scroll, for Scroll. But I've always felt that perhaps part of our pedagogy should also include listening sessions where all of us listen to the same piece of music, and then we say, no adjectives please, we know this is a great piece of music, you don't have to repeat that, but now give me facts about this. Let's start with facts. Which rag, which tal, why do you say it's this rag? Do you know why it can be identified? Finding those identifying features in a rag. Or for example saying, it's a relative term, vilambit. It's not controlled by beats per minute. So what might be vilambit for me might not be might be actually madhile for somebody else. So talking about this fact that there is these are just basic concepts which we need to perhaps articulate without either obfuscating all the facts. And the agarbatti ka dhua has to be taken out of all of this, and a kind of demystification and a kind of talking of facts, moving towards, then one can, if somebody wants to be poetic in their analysis of a particular piece of music and they can be eloquent, that's wonderful. If they can't, let's talk why you are saying that Pandit Bhimsen ji's Mia Malhar is different from, let's say, Pandit Ravi Shankar ji's instrumental rendering of the same rag. What are the differences? Let's talk. And sometimes we do this exercise with our students as well. In fact, during the lockdown, we would often meet online, and a week in advance, a piece of music would be, a link to a piece of music would be shared. And then we would ask a certain number of students to give their comments, and then the others could ask questions. So I think one of the ways could be to actually develop listening guides, like you have a guided a guidebook for jazz. You have many of them, in fact. Why not one for Hindustani classical music? The other way perhaps is also to look at in a kind of collaboration with other art forms, let's say theatre, to exchange information and to create pieces out of very well researched material. Now, whether it's in the form of an anecdote or whether it's actual historical fact, going through all that material, Aneesh and I are fond of reading. We haven't been able to inculcate the same love for reading among our students, but they all love going to the theatre, for example, and which is why we had worked earlier with Sunil Shanbag to create a piece of music theatre called Stories in a Song, which talked about musical forms, let's say Kajri, or about the lives of musicians during a particular historical period. I think all of this would make a very big difference. But at the heart of it all, I would have to say that an engagement with the arts made possible for every child in the country, that is absolutely, I think it's urgent, not essential. And I think it's a pity that it was in 2005 that I was part of a discussion at NCRT about including arts education. And our recommendation was accepted. It went up to the Central Advisory Board of Education. I was a member there as well. But it never really got implemented properly. Today, you would be rather disappointed to know that if I wanted resource material, if I wanted a book, if I wanted jigsaw puzzles, if I wanted games to teach children about music without increasing the load on their school bags, there is no material or very little material. Why should a child have to carry 10 more books to learn about music or about theatre? There is really, it's not, we said this in 2005 as well, that look, this has to be a huge exercise which cannot be undertaken by any individual. The creating of material for teaching of music, to be able not to perform but to enjoy and to have an informed opinion, that is important and needs to be worked in many, many ways. I really find it very tragic that today I cannot find a good poster of our leading artists. Okay, there are some stamps that have been, but do you think finding those stamps is easy? At various centenaries, Begum Akhtar ki centenary year mein, they issued a coin in her memory. I've never been able to get it. Where am I supposed to go traipsing off to RBI every few days to find out if that coin is there? Why is it not easily accessible? So I think creating material that would help people access the music at their own time, when they have the time to do so, that is one thing. I also feel that music and arts cannot remain a hobby item in the school curriculum, because they will never be taken seriously. I don't like a competitive kind of a scene, but at the same time, it is impossible to make everyone concerned deal with the arts education program seriously if you are not going to actually evaluate it and find ways of evaluating it which are not dependent merely on performance. For too long we've had this situation that it's only the child with the good voice who is a good singer. It's only the child who can dance well who is considered talented. We need to also have people. Who will you dance to? Who will you sing to? Create those audiences and show that the audience is important. Show that the other ancillary professions are also very important. Have you ever seen anybody say, I'm using a tanpura made by the Mirajkars of Miraj? We don't say that. Okay, we'd give them sometimes, occasionally, there are awards for master craftsmen. But by and large, there's nothing like this. Until we give respect to each of these, people are not going to continue these professions. There's already a problem.
I think if there are entrepreneurs listening to this, I would just urge them that this is one of those audiences for Hindustani classical music which may seem relatively small, but in absolute numbers it is still fairly large because it's dispersed and it's committed. It loves you and not likes you. These people will be willing to pay. These people will be, I think certainly I hope a publisher listening to this immediately gets in touch with you and says, guidebook do karte hai. But even apart from that, I think if there are entrepreneurs who can think in other directions like YouTube channels or whatever, just to kind of popularize this, because I certainly feel there's a market. Isn't this also, and we were talking about this in the break, of course, isn't this also a deep failure of criticism? Like, to me, if there are any editors listening to this, you should really think hard about this as a failure of your own profession. That, you were speaking about how there are so few people who write well about music. Everything is adjectivated. Even, I tell my writing students always never use adjectives. It's just a cop-out. It's a lazy cop-out always, and there's no one with insight. And part of this is, of course, a general malaise in journalism that everyone is a generalist. But at the same time, if you think that journalism has any noble role to play in society, this is surely part of it. So what has been your experience with people who write about music? And you had one interesting story, you can feel free to relate, but what have been your experiences and what's your sense of this?
Well, we used to have music critics in the past. Now there is no space for reviews in any case. So even that has dwindled. Apart from that, usually the pieces that are commissioned, if any, are dedicated to either very well-known people. So you want to hear about them, and so they are written about. But equally, there are so many people whom we know nothing about. And many of them are left out. But apart from that, I also feel that if music is indeed a part of Indian society, why is nobody talking about that, the world of Indian music? I mean, not necessarily in a hostile way, but it has to be talked about, no? I mean, you'd be surprised that people are going to all the big festivals, and like non-Indian artists of great eminence are coming, and I welcome them. I feel good when I hear that somebody paid 75,000 rupees to go hear a band who is not from India. I'm happy that they spent it on music. But I also think that we need to talk about the music making conditions and the very reality of even the Indian music, so-called Indian music industry. We are, of course, not a part of it. It is now very clear that traditional music is not even for tokenism a part of it. There is no thought being given to what is happening in the world of music. Issues are not being raised. Obviously, I am not a journalist, and I am certainly not an investigative journalist. I don't have the training for it. I don't have the resources for it. Why are issues that are about the basic lives and the lifestyles of artists and what is happening to all those super talented young people whom we hear everywhere? You just have to walk out of this door and you'll hear beautiful music being made by young artists. Where are they going to get the chance of, let's say, finding a decent livelihood by making a commitment to music? In fact, I think one of the things, issues which are not really related to the understanding of music, but are equally important. You'll agree that in a lot of universities, a music department or a performing arts section is opened. After a few years, you hear that, oh, it's either closing or now it's been integrated into something else. My question is, what is a person graduating from such a course? What is the option? Are they going to be taken seriously as musicians? Finally, a college, you say this is college ranking is very high because so many placements. So, they got job offers which were running into large figures. If you don't have that, if that is your measure, I'm not saying this is my measure of success, but if indeed this is your measure of success, please tell me how many of your students got even a halfway decent job after graduating from your school. And if that didn't happen, how are you going to ensure? Because you did ensure in all your business schools and in all your other schools that you are getting, you have these tie-ups with people who come in just the moment you get out of your exam, you're ready to share your CV. Why is this not happening in music then? Why are we not creating the space? There has to be something at the end of this. And if it isn't, now this is a subject which perhaps I might not be able to write about at all, because I'm close to this is something I love. I might not even be able to be rational about it. Why not get a journalist to write about this? इसमें तो आपको राग भी नहीं चाहिए, ताल की भी समझ भी नहीं चाहिए. आपको बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि भाई एजुकेशन सिस्टम कैसा है अपने यहाँ, इसमें क्या हो रहा है, वो भी नहीं. There seems to be no interest. And I blame readers. Why they're not asking? Finally, it is, if you are saying we are catering to the demand, then are you telling me that all these kitne million Indians couldn't care two hoots? Yes, it does look like they couldn't care two hoots. And so where can I tell? I mean, in fact, I think if there was more proper, informed, disciplined, well-researched writing on music, perhaps a lot more people trained in music would get some form of employment, because they would provide the basic research perhaps. It is not happening, and we are only looking at the arts as a song and dance routine. The bigger the spectacle, I love spectacles. I love and go to see one. But it can't be, this is not what the arts are about, I'm this creating of a vibrant, robust atmosphere where you are able to find a person to match audiences for every artist. I think that is so important, and the music industry couldn't care less. I have no hesitation in saying that. In fact, if you permit me, may I make a point which I've just discovered?
Please.
So you know that we are all now, in a sense, independent artists, publishers, distributors, thanks to the streaming facilities and everything. Virtually every big online digital platform is available in India. They have fancy offices. They have very well-trained staff. All the conferences about this about music, that about music, this, all 7-star luxury conferences. You will find not even 1% of traditional musicians are involved in those. It's like they don't exist. And do you know that today when I want to upload my music, let's say on digital platforms like Spotify, etc., we go through aggregators who we register with as members, and then we upload our music and the metadata with it, and it is then sent out to as many platforms as you wish for it to be available on. Do you know, in India, when I add my music and say who are my co-artists, I do not have the options in the drop-down menus to say tabla, sarangi, sitar, sarod, tanpura. I can only choose drums, percussion, keyboards. You are in India. You have an office in India. You say the Indian music market is robust. It's going to be this many more, dizzying figures, which I can't even remember. But you don't have anything for the Indian artist. You don't have something as popular. Tabla is popular across the world and across forms. You don't have tabla. You have specific detailed drop-down options for African music. You have it for Latino music. You don't have it for Indian music. What are you doing in India then? And neither the policymaker nor the music industry bigwigs. They are not bothered about this. If I want to register a new composition in a rag, I cannot register it as a khayal. There is no such option. What are they doing? I mean, can you imagine? What are these fancy offices about? What are these fancy conferences about? As a gesture of some, just tokenism, they may call one artist from Rajasthan because everybody, fortunately, is familiar with some Rajasthani music. Or they may, call me like a dinosaur from the past. But that's it. We are in a situation today in the Indian music industry where we are providing opportunities for everything but anything from India. And I don't mean to get rabidly nationalistic about it. I'm just saying, please register, oboe and everything. But आप इंडिया में हो और आप इंडियन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स नहीं आप रजिस्टर कर सकते हो.
और ये रॉकेट साइंस भी नहीं है, ये 1 मिनट में आपके ड्रॉप डाउन अपलोड हो जाएंगे.
कितना मैंने एक छोटा सा कंप्लेंट दिया तो एक चीज ऐड हुई. मैंने उनको ये कहा आपको चाहिए तो मैं डिटेल लिस्ट भेज देती हूँ, पर बोले नहीं वो हमें हमारे हेड ऑफिस से मिलना पड़ेगा. आई डोंट थिंक दिस, हाउ कैन वी कंसिडर दिस एज अ फ्रेंडली पार्ट ऑफ द इंडियन म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री. वी आर नॉट केटरिंग टू, मतलब और चीज़ें सुरबहार वगैरह तो दूर दूर हैं. ये तो जब तबला तक नहीं उसमें ऐड हो रहा है तो फिर क्या होगा.
So now I want to double click on the music industry, both in India and outside. And everything that you're saying is very familiar to me in the sense that I haven't thought about much of this in the context of the music industry, but I see it happening across other industries in the sense that the mainstream is basically crumpled. And I see two interesting sort of trends happening here, which happen in other industries also. And from what you say are obviously happening to music also. The first one is that there is a tremendous lag between the world changing and the big companies figuring it out, because of which the game that they play is actually a very simplistic game. They cater to the lowest common denominator, and whatever is most popular in the mainstream, they cater only to that and try to homogenize everything so that it fits that. And to me, this is actually a huge mistake. Like yesterday I came across this amusing quote, I think it's by Ron Paul, where he says people think democracy is a big deal. Democracy is nothing but dictatorship of the majority.
Yes.
And there's a similar thing happening in music, where if you cater to the majority, fine, you're catering to the most crass tastes, but which are also most shallowly held. So you're not even going to get too many revenues out of them. And then you submerge all the niches and all the genres and all the other good stuff that is happening out there, while actually market should work in the opposite direction. Market should cater to every individual consumer and should put every individual artist or creator out there. That's the beauty, but we are not doing that. And the second trend is that these big companies tend to get incredibly ossified and think in very cliched ways. Like I remember in the 1990s I worked in both Channel V and MTV, and a lot of the multinationals coming in then, they came in with the impression that India is two things. It is Bollywood and it is cricket. So हर चीज़ आप Bollywood और cricket को marketing angle बना दो. And MTV also went down that direction. If you remember, much to my horror, I was actually working there then. It was horrible. And nothing against Bollywood.
Yes.
It's beautiful. There's
Absolutely.
a lot happening there. But और भी इतना कुछ है, And I think big companies get ossified in that sense. And once they get beyond a certain size, they are just filled with mediocrity. Like all of these companies, whether it's Amazon Music or Spotify or whatever, or Netflix, and you can just name them. The people in India are completely clueless. There's no imagination. There's no sense of what the market really is. You are just playing to the cliche that, oh, this gets you the most numbers. Everything will be this. And we won't give a shit about anything else. So this is kind of what I see now. I have nothing to add to this. It's just a lament. But I want you to sort of elaborate on how you've seen the music business change from back when you started up till the current day. What is the journey you have seen? What has been good about it? What has been bad about it? Or has it always kind of sucked?
I mean, I haven't been really too much of an insider in the popular music industry. But I remember that some things haven't changed at all. When I recorded my first classical album in Delhi, I think it would have been in the early, maybe around 85, 86. And it was a small company that was recording classical music. And as I told you that I finished recording, months later, I got a call from whoever was representing them asking me to sign a contract, which I said I wanted to read. They found that very surprising. And but the contract was totally skewed against the artist, and it was not necessary to have those clauses, but I got bullied into signing that. Nothing much has changed right now. By and large, now of course there is no recording of classical music at all. No commissioned recordings. You want to record yourself. You want to pay for the launch. You want to get vinyls made. Yes, and we might put a stamp. If you happen to know the right person, then we might put a stamp on it. Or if you're hugely well known, then maybe along with a few other things, we may give you some kind of, at best, a few add-on goodies, that's all. But otherwise, there are no commissioned recordings. There used to be labels, in maybe about 20, 25 years ago, which specialized in classical music. All of that has gone. They are only selling their repertoire, their catalog, on various digital platforms. So, there is no chance of a new commissioned recording for anybody, any youngster, however talented they may.
ये क्यों हुआ?
I think one of the reasons was that because I also worked as a consultant for a short while for 2 or 3 fairly big labels for their classical music catalog. Neither were there were very few people who thought creatively about how to present the repertoire. I mean, one simple way of presenting is to have the best well-known people, give them enough money, make them record and put that out. But the other, also with classical music, there's so much material, so much repertoire is being lost because we don't ever record it, document it, hear it in concert. So the other thing is to have a trained person who says, this artist has these treasures because they learned from so and so and so. Let's get them to record. One other way is to catch them young. I think for me as a consultant, I had suggested to one of the labels, let's set up these associations with people whom we see will become very big in the future. Let's do their debut albums and let's do it really well. Out of the 8 to 10 artists that I had recommended, at least 4 are very big names today. Now, had they followed that suggestion, whether with me or with anybody else, to start a relationship with an artist and say, listen, every year, just come and tell me what you want to record. I'll try and make it happen. And if not us, then you go to anybody else. I think that's, for me as an artist, it would have meant a lot. But they don't bother. So the A&R part of that entire industry is either stone cold walls or people who are not really bothered about the music. And I also think that artists have to think of different ways of presenting music. They have to look at how, radio, for example, played such a big role outside of India in the shaping of so many bands and their careers. When have we ever had such a situation where let's say today, if I were to say that I have this material which has not been recorded, I have not even presented it outside. Can you please do like a premiere thing for me? I don't think it's about the money. I think it's about the lack of will to do anything to really make things exciting for the artist, for the label, and for the listener. So why not go the regular way? Marketing के लिए आपको पता है क्या होता था? In one of the labels where I worked, I wanted to know what is this marketing business, मुझे बताइए. तो because every time I would come up with an idea, they would say marketing का नहीं होगा. So I said, मेरे को मिलवाइए ना एक बार, please. I want to meet. I want to understand what is it that I'm not doing right. So then we met in the boardroom, and I said, so how did you decide that this was not going to work? So they said, I went to Lajpat Rai market and I asked उस ज़माने में cassette की dealers होते थे जो थोक में लेते थे. So I asked them whether this artist, they've heard of this artist. They said, no question. It's not going to sell. How are you expecting that the thok dealer who is selling Punjabi pop right now, and not to say that that's a lesser form, but if that is their specialization, how will they know some wise scholar musician who with great treasures of XYZ घराना? तो हमारी marketing ही ऐसे होती है. Niche labels and brands have proliferated across the world. Huge success stories. Why are we not looking at them? The niche in India is going to be a mega size compared to any other company. But we have not bothered.
Horrifying. Let's take a quick break again, and on the other side of the break, we'll continue your personal journey. We've just about reached the 90s. Very exciting things are going to happen to you, I assure you. So let's talk about them after the break. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I am pleased to report that Shubha Mudgal ji is still with me, showing enormous patience. I'm so grateful you're still here. Let's now talk about, that part of your life from which I first got exposed to you when, you entered the world of popular music. And I was actually in 95, I was in Channel V at the time, and I shifted to MTV in 97. So that era of yours, I'm familiar and just loved your music. So tell me about that, like how Ali More Angna happened. That was the first one, right?
Yes, that's
Jawahar
right.
Vattal called
Jawahar
you over.
Vattal.
So take me through that period. What were your feelings when you were asked to do a kind of music which you may not have thought about before?
When Jawahar asked me to record popular music, I was hesitant, and I don't think I was ready to say no either, because it was just a fear of the unfamiliar, and I didn't really know whether I can do this or not. I'm also sort of very hesitant to commit to something and then find that if artistically it doesn't excite me, then it becomes a kind of a hypocritical association, and I'm a little worried about that. So after several months of talking to him, I said, why don't we do one song and see whether you want to record after that or not. And I'll also get a feeling of whether I can actually handle this. He was very, very generous, and he said, "Look, I know that you're not used to multi-track dubbing and everything, but we'll set it up for you in a manner that is really comfortable. You can take as much time as you want to, and let's try one song." And that was the title track, Ali More Angna. So he used to work with Ravi Pawar at that time, and Jawahar had his own studio in Haus Khas. So I recorded it there, and honestly, it was quite challenging because my world of music had always been a live concert and recording in a live situation. Even when we went into a studio, the Tanpura tabla, everything was in the same place, and at best a few screens would be placed against the tabla, etc., just for separation. But there was no question of being the sole person in a isolated booth singing and hearing everything through your headphones. That experience was really disorienting for me initially, because it's like suddenly, I mean, imagine if the cameras were embedded inside your eyes and you were, zooming in or zooming out or in your own way. This was really like disorienting and challenging, and it took me a little while to get used to this. But they were very patient with me. There was a very experienced audio engineer, Mr. Chawla, who used to work with Jawahar. Everybody was very patient, and I recorded the title track. And I don't know who Jawahar played it to, but he came back grinning from ear to ear and said, "Let's do the album." And he said, "If you have any songs that you want to include in this, you can give them to me and we'll arrange them." So actually, 4 or 5 of the songs were my compositions, and 2, I think, were even written by me. So that's how we did that. But I never realized what it would mean. I mean, I just thought, after all my life, I've studied classical music. When I go to a birthday, I sing happy birthday with everybody. I mean, इसमें बहुत बड़ी बात क्या है that we are doing something which is not from the genre that we are studying. I really didn't think that कुछ मतलब खासा होगा उसके बारे में. But several things happened. One, I had no idea of what was happening in production and post-production. One day, Jawahar invited me to his office, and right behind him, on the shelf behind him, there were these cassettes saying Ali More Angna, Shubha Mudgal. I didn't even know it was launched. And there was this sketch of some lady in a kind of a kurta, yellow kurta with a flowing chunni, hands sort of supposedly raised in bliss, but they could have been to hang out the clothes to dry or whatever. It was like that, very rather an unfortunate kind of a cover. But tha. And suddenly I was flooded with these requests for interviews, because evidently the company had told the press, they were handling the publicity, "Here's our answer to Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan."
Oh my God.
Yes. And I was constantly saying, "Are you crazy? Are you crazy? I'm not that's a whole different style, stature of artists. I'm just somebody who got invited by Jawahar to sing." But that set off a set of questions which have never left me. One was, how could I abandon classical music and betray the cause of Hindustani classical for money, for fame? And it's like being asked by people who to whom fame and money both matter. And so I would keep trying to defend myself, till one day I said, "मजा आया ना, पैसा मिलता तो बहुत अच्छा है." And then there was shocked silence for a little while, and it seemed like I had suddenly grown horns on my head. But that's one question I have never stopped. I mean, yours is the first time that you haven't asked me. But it went on and on and on. Now, just imagine, everybody's accusing me of having betrayed the cause of Hindustani classical music. I have only sung this one album with musicians that are not part of my band. They were hired sessions musicians, very eminent, many from Mumbai, all had played on that. I didn't even know many of them. I never met them. So I don't have a band, but my song, one of my songs is top of the charts. Now I'm getting invitations to sing, but I have only those 6 or 7 songs and I don't have a band. So how am I going to sing them? So I did Ali More Angna in 96, it was launched, and in 99, Apke Sawan was launched. In between are these 3 years in which I live my regular life of Hindustani classical music, but I have betrayed the cause of Hindustani music. Then there were all these features, on how polluting all of the environment is and how I've, also succumbed to the pleasures of money and quick fame and all the rest of it. And I'm wondering, quick fame? I mean, I don't even have a band to play with. But then along comes Shantanu Moitra and he asks me to do Apke Sawan. I said, Shantanu, please at least inform me when it's being launched, because the last time I didn't even know. Okay, we start working on Apke Sawan, and then Pradeep Sarkar is asked to do the video, comes home with what he calls a storyboard. I mean, I'd heard the term, but I didn't really know what purpose it served because I had not done any work with storyboards, etc. And he kept showing me, फिर ऐसे होगा, तो फिर आप इधर से आएंगी, ऐसे हाथ करेंगी. I said, Pradeep da, I don't know video and all. Please leave me out of this. हाँ, पर फिर 10 बजे से अपन शूटिंग शुरू करेंगे. और he wouldn't take no for an answer. I remember very clearly I was singing somewhere and flying back to Delhi for the shoot. Pradeep da sent somebody from his team to the airport lest I slip away and not come for the shoot. So I landed up at the shoot, which was great fun, I have to admit. But I was drenched because he had promised me ek bhi boond aap pe nahi giregi. And I told him that I'm singing a series of classical concerts. If I catch a chill, I'm done for. So, आपके ऊपर कोई कुछ पानी नहीं होगा. आप ऐसे हाथ करेंगे और एक बूंद पानी गिरेगा, उसको बस कैप्चर करना है. That first shot, I was drenched to the bone. And they said, अभी तो भीग गए ना, चलिए फिर से करते हैं. So it went on for 2 days at Suraj Kund. And I was pretty sure it's going to be a huge disaster. But then when they launched that video, it became very, very popular. And that was another storm of, attention from the press. By then, TV and everything was playing a big role. When I did Ali More Angna, the music video was not as popular. But by this time, it was like full on. So again, I got a lot of attention. And this whole idea of what I'm going to sing in concerts was a constant problem. But it also, Apke Sawan in particular, meant that anywhere that I went, somebody or the other would recognize me. So it was great fun, but also, sort of, no, I didn't mean this. I didn't mean that kind of thing. But then after that, I did an album called Man Ke Manjeere, which was again a very, I loved the project. The idea was to use popular culture to give a social message. And it was done by Breakthrough, set up by Mallika Dutt. So I was part of that with many women's voices, but working each time with Shantanu. So I've done 2 or 3 albums with him, and it's great fun to work with. And for each album, I almost had to reorient myself to again sing on a track or dub on a track. But by and large, it's been fun. I've done 1 or 2 songs I wish I hadn't done. But I mean, you live and learn.
Earlier, you had mentioned that just singing on a mic teaches you a lot when you're singing on a mic with a headphone.
Yeah.
And I imagine that, the actors I've had on my show will speak about how it's very different doing theater where you're throwing your voice in front of a large live audience, as opposed to cinema where there's a camera there. And even that, a mid shot requires a very different thing from a close up in terms of the intimacy it provides. And even for the music that you're doing, recording into a mic at a studio must be very, very different from singing into a mic in a large audience.
Yes, yes.
Or actually singing in the open at a Bathak or whatever.
Yes.
So give me a sense of, what you learned through this experience and how you were evolving as a singer and changing yourself.
I mean, I'd grown up all my life learning how to elaborate on a seed musical idea. That's what happens in Hindustani music. So here I was, all my training was that, okay, if you have this set of notes, you will elaborate and make it, you will give it a variation, you will give it a different twist. Now I was singing somebody's composition the way they wanted me to sing it. Unless it was somebody like Shantanu who gives a lot of freedom to the singer and says, here's my song structure, you can sing it the way you want to. And then if he wants to give some instructions, he does that. But, to move away from that idea of taking a line and never singing it the same way again, that was quite difficult for me, because now everybody wanted me to sing this line as it was. And if there were any variations, they would be, I would say, there's hardly a variation, thoda sa to farak hai. But it was teaching me what the composer wanted. Also, it was very, in terms of expressing, it was quite a challenge for me to understand what does peppy mean? Or there's no one peppiness, no? And there's no one melancholy. So what kind of melancholy do you want? And I would imagine that somehow my own perspective of all these emotions would find its way into the songs. And fortunately, I was given the freedom. Otherwise, it becomes like you memorize even the expressive part of it and then deliver that. But learning all those things, how to enunciate. In one of the recordings, I remember my son Dhaval had come to the studio, and he told me, I think the song said, "Aaja re sajna, mere ghar aaja." He said, he was looking like a bored kid sitting over there, which he probably was. And I said, what was it like? And he said, your ja sounds like cha on the mic. He was right. But I was not used to listening on the headphones. And I thought my pronunciation is quite accurate. He caught that. Or, for example, certain things which are not considered improper, let's say, in classical music. When you listen to lyrics in classical music, extending a syllable or extending even a consonant is not taboo. Here, if you're saying jab and you turn up and say jabber, that's not done. I was learning all of these things, and it was helping my vocal technique in many ways.
So you mentioned Nusrat earlier, and I remember my whole music self-education was very Western and rock and all of that. And at one point in the 90s, I discovered Nusrat's work for the record label Real World with Michael
Brooks.
And the first album was Mast Mast, the second was called Night Song. And the second song of that was this lovely track which just entranced me called Tere Bina, somehow spelled Teri Bina with a Y on the album cover.
Tere Bina nahi lagda.
Correct. And so I remember I loved it so much I played it for my mother. I said that this is the most beautiful love song I've heard, and especially the middle section I really absolutely found that divine. And she heard it, and then she was a Hindustani classical this thing, and then she said with great disdain, but what he's performing is very basic. And then she gave some name to it, and then she showed me herself, and I was like, theek hai, what can I say? But I would imagine that every trained Hindustani classical classical musician must at times be cringing when they listen to popular music. Though, of course, this wasn't that. This was Nusrat himself, but Nusrat kind of gentrified by Michael Brook. And they would be listening to more popular forms of music and thinking, ये तो इतना basic है, इसमें क्या है, what's a big deal about this, and what we do is not appreciated, etc., etc. I wonder how you felt about the popular music that you yourself were doing, right? Though Shantanu is, of course, an amazing composer, and so many of those songs I love. I remember hearing it in those days as a young person. But of course, I didn't understand the music. But how did you yourself like the music that you were doing? Like, was there any self-doubt ki this is so simple or this is playing to the gallery or whatever? Was there any self-doubt of that sort? And did you later feel imprisoned ki aap jab concerts mein jaate ho, whereas the very soul of a classical musician is to improvise all the time. Every performance is different. No one steps into the same river twice. But you were expected to basically perform covers of yourself. That every time you have to reproduce that क्योंकि audience को वही चाहिए. So how was that for you, coming to terms with the music, or like was it easy for you to love what you were doing? Did you see it as a compromise? What was your approach to it?
I'll start by saying that artists like Nusrat ji, for me, there is something about their singing which illustrates that term called asar, tasir, in any art. That ability to touch and to move people. Now, his voice was not also full of a lot of gravel and texture, and sometimes it even breaks, when he's hitting very high notes. But when he sings, it's that quality that speaks to you. Is what, whether you call it simple or whether you say, this is, something I can do. That quality is not available for everyone. And I think that truly was something that made him stand out. I mean, he became somebody the world listened to. That's because of the tasir and the asar in his voice, which everybody craves. But, I never felt imprisoned in any way. When I was singing these songs, I just felt it's a different orientation. It's a different discipline. It has its own challenges. There are some songs that I felt were not for my temperament. And yet I told myself, here in these albums, I'm playing the role of a performer. I have to understand what the composer wants. He's handing over his baby to me. I have to now put the baby on give it its voice. So I try my best to do that. In an album I did called Pyar Ke Geet, there is a song done by Sandesh Chandelier, which is a kind of Punjabi kind of love song. Somehow that never worked for me. I tried to sing it exactly as he told me. But when I look back on it, those are one or two songs that I felt I should have worked more on. Otherwise, I feel by and large, I've never felt apologetic about singing those songs. I feel they came to me as a big challenge. And the fact that they were accepted by listeners was a big thing for me. And what I do when I sing them live, I add my own variations and make it a unplugged version of it. Yes, there are some songs like Rangilo Maru Dholna. I've had concerts where people have asked me to sing the same song half a dozen times. Sometimes I do it. Sometimes each time I bring in some difference. So I'm lucky again that I work with a very accomplished set of musicians, all of whom helped me put this together. I've never felt imprisoned.
And something that happened to you is something that would have happened to very few and maybe none, maybe no Hindustani classical musicians before you, which is that you were not just famous, you were a celebrity, right? Where I'm sure you get stopped in the streets or the malls or the airports absolutely all the time, and sometimes from people who may not know exactly why also.
Yes.
So how was that for you? Like initially, of course, I'm sure it's incredibly gratifying that someone recognizes the work you do and thanks you for what you do. But does it sometimes get intrusive? Like, how was that for you?
I mean, I've never been a celebrity. Yes, people do recognize me on the streets sometimes. Not so much any longer, but it's 25 years since I sang those
Yeah.
songs. And yet there are people who walk up to me. But I mean, it's reassuring to um, get recognition, to get appreciation. There's no denying that. But I've also got my fair share of criticism for having sung these songs. And also, I think there must be many people who don't like anything that I sing. And my response is not a problem. I mean, नहीं पसंद है तो मत सुनिए, कोई problem नहीं, because I can't change the person I am or the singer I am, and neither is it my calling to please everyone. I try, and I'm happy that some people like it, and those who don't like it, that's not a problem, because really it's like अपने स्वभाव को आप कितना बदलोगे. कोई मुझे कहे कि तुम्हारा मुंह गोल है इसलिए मुझे नहीं अच्छा लगता है, तो मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ. There's little I can do about it. So I just accept that, and it's only when there's a certain hypocrisy that I feel a little irritated. When people say that they want to call me for classical music, थोड़ा सा सुना दीजिएगा end में, आपके सावन एक दो सुना दीजिएगा. No, that I don't want to do. And I've steadfastly stood by that decision.
Tell me now about another facet of your life that I'm fascinated by, which is teaching. You've actually taught both traditional music, Hindustani music at Goa University, at Ashoka. You've co-taught a course. Tell me a bit more about how teaching changed you, because I would imagine that whenever you teach something, you have to know it really well. You have to delve into areas that otherwise you may not have gone into, because you have to be prepared to answer every silly question. You have to understand every aspect of it. So what was that process like? Because I'm guessing that the process of becoming a teacher is also a process of becoming a deep learner, in this case about something that you love so deeply.
Yes.
So tell me more about that.
It's a bit like becoming a parent. You're never prepared for it. And not that one has the same responsibilities with a student that one has with a child, but really you hope that you will be able to teach them at least something that will help them in life. And like parenthood, I feel there is a certain amount of, I cannot force students to follow me. I don't want to create people who are trying to sound like me or to use, my mannerisms or gestures. If I can help them forge a deep love for music, which they already come to me with, but they can have moments of doubt, and if I can help them stay anchored, then it's wonderful. But as you said, I always, when I start teaching, I always tell students that please ask me the questions, but I'm asking you for the questions with the rider that I may not have the answers to many. And I don't know if I'll ever have the answers. So be prepared for me to confess my ignorance in many matters. But it's been, as you said, the learning has been humongous and is continuing. Sitting across a student who trusts you with their voice, and you tell them that, no, try this, try and sing, project like this, you will feel better. And watching that change is amazing. But also when the student says, but I don't want, I'm not sure this works, I always feel, why has that? Because they are hearing something else that I'm not hearing. And I think it's a good exercise. It's a very fine exercise in, once again, checking what really will work for somebody else, giving them those options and giving them the freedom to discard them also. Because I don't think every suggestion will be accepted by a student. I also feel that many of the students who come to me have learnt from other gurus. So either their gurus have sent them to me to learn, let's say, Thumri, or they have changed wherever they were living, and their guru said, talk to Shubha. And so they have come with a lot that they have learnt. Do I really need to erase everything to begin teaching them? And finally, I think I've said this earlier in the conversation too, the technique I can teach. I can tell them, ये आलाप कर लो, ये patterns से तान कर लो, expression कैसे सिखाऊं? And that is a constant, that's a constant, research that keeps going on in my head. How do I tell them, this is how I would sing it, but you see how you want to, and how to help them reach that point? I don't have the answers to that, but I keep trying by explaining, using metaphors from other disciplines, or making them listen to other artists singing. It's constantly being processed, and sometimes you feel, I think I've done the right thing, and sometimes there's a lot of self-doubt also.
I think their breath of life can only come from them and their journey.
Yes.
There's only so much you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I always tell them, I can tell you that I think you will sound better like this. Actually, to do that, you will have to do it. I can't help you with that at all.
So I want to ask you a slightly longish question about a subject that's a source of intense fascination for me, which is the role of form in the evolution of everything, including in this case the evolution of music. There's this beautiful book I read last year called How Music Works by David Byrne. Have you read it?
No, I have.
I'll make sure I send it to you. In that he speaks about how different kinds of music evolved as they did because of particular reasons. For example, back in the day when people were in tribes, percussive music was popular because percussion travels well through the open air and all of that. Then you have the large Gothic churches of Europe where your typical reverberation time was something wild, more than 4 seconds, I think. So you could not possibly have percussion, you couldn't even have complex harmonies and all of that. So you had a particular kind of music evolving there. Then as you moved to smaller rooms but much bigger than they would be today, 18th, 19th centuries, you had a chamber music kind of evolve, which was again different in its imperatives. Then you come to much smaller rooms or clubs where jazz is being played, and there it's full of furniture and there's no reverberation time at all. You don't have to worry about reverb and all of that. So percussion comes back, complex harmonics comes back, all of that happens. And yet in the era of jazz, before amplification, a guitar really doesn't fit in. So you have your trombones and all of those instruments that are naturally long. But once amplification comes in, you have the guitars coming in. In the 70s, if you look at photographs of the iconic New York club CBGB's, small, cramped, crowded place, and you have exactly that kind of music being played, which I think would be more to your son Dhaval's taste than yours, perhaps. And so it's evolved for a reason. And I read this and I was very impressed, but I thought, there's nothing to explain Indian music like this for me. Until last year, I came across a researcher, I've forgotten his name, I'll link his paper from the show notes, who did a study of those particular temples where the founder of Carnatic music used to live. And he found that the architecture of those temples meant that the reverberation time there was also very long, and they were suited to certain instruments and not to other instruments. And therefore, those instruments have become standard in Carnatic music today, even though today, technically, they're not played in those spaces. And when you play them in a recording studio and all that, they don't have that same sound at all. So I met him at a conference and he actually played it for me as it originally sounds and as it does today. And it's a massive difference. And you realize the music sounds the way it does for a reason.
Yes.
But that reason is gone.
Yes.
But we have stuck to the old ways. Similarly, when it comes to recorded media, we think of the 3-minute pop song, even though the 3-minute pop song emerged out of the constraint that at the turn of the 20th century, that's how much a record could hold. And then Columbia produced a long playing record in the middle of the century, which could hold 40 minutes of music. So you have the convention of the album. So there's actually nothing sacred about the 3-minute time span. There's nothing sacred about the 40-minute album or even the concept of an album. But those evolved because of particular reasons which no longer exist. So my question here is that there's practically no one better than you to sort of talk about the whys of Hindustani classical music, that if you look back on its history through its evolution, why did it take the shapes that it took? Why does it look the way that it look? And going forward, is there a chance that it will change in modern times? Because those imperatives, many of them may have changed, may not have changed. New imperatives have come up. You've spoken elsewhere about how Channel V and MTV changed the way people view music and look at music. So just to take that vast sweep through history, what is your sense of the ways of all these whys? That why is Hindustani classical the way it is? There would be social situations that led to gharanas coming out because families wanted to keep the music within themselves. So there's a lot of stuff that has happened for reasons that are no longer relevant. So give me a sense of, I know it's a very broad question and I'm sorry to just thrust it upon you. But
I mean, change, of course, is constant and it is imperative also. Because if it didn't happen, then it would be stagnant, So I think whether in terms of preferred forms, what was considered not such a, let's say, authentic representation of Hindustani classical music. Dhrupad was considered the utmost form. And then the makers, the creators of Dhrupad, the composers of Dhrupad themselves felt compelled to, and for artistic reasons I would imagine, more than any other, to create khayal. But while they composed khayal, they would not sing it because it was still not considered so highbrow. Today, khayal is considered, let's say, very popular in classical music, and thumri is usually called semi-classical or light. Within thumri, there have been many forms, many types of thumri. So there is the very Vilambit, Bol Banao Thumri. There are thumris that were sung with dance, which were called Bandish ki thumris. There were shorter, quicker paced forms like Dadra. Today, you hear only the quicker forms. Very few people are specialists in the Bol Banao. So even within this, let's say a span of, 150 or 200 years, those changes have been happening. Similarly, amplification has really changed the way that we use our voices and our instruments. If you hear 78 RPM records of the great singers, and particularly the women, everybody says, what powerful voices. If they had not got that strength and volume, no impression would have been made on the wax, this thing. So it was necessary to use, and also they were singing without amplification through the night very often. So there was this, you had to throw your voice as you would, let's say, for theatre. Amplification has changed that a lot. And so we don't hear those kind of voices any longer. In fact, a large number of voices are perfectly suited for the microphone. Our own understanding of the dynamics of the placing of each instrument has changed. If you listen to older recordings, you will see that the tanpura is omnipresent. And it's like really a nice, warm tone. It's like it's like an oral canvas on which the artist is then creating these rag pictures. Today, you will see the tanpura. So in the YouTube video, the tanpura is there. You will not hear it. Or at best, you will hear it as a distant kind of, mosquito whine kind of sound. Because a lot of engineers, very often also engineers who are not used to Indian music, find the tone of the tanpura intrusive. So they will not, even when they are mixing sound for a live concert or for a recording, they start cutting out the sound of the tanpura, which in a sense defeats the purpose of having it, because that is the canvas on which everything is done. These are changes that are happening really rapidly, and within the let's say the accompanying artists, you don't hear so much of sarangi. You hear more of harmonium, which at one point was banned and was considered inappropriate for
Why?
Indian, because it's a equally tempered keyboard instrument, and it was felt that the kind of tonal nuances, the shrutis that are to be used, were not possible. To some extent, that is correct. But harmonium players and craftsmen have worked very hard, both in terms of changing the instrument as well as in their playing techniques, to overcome that. But still, it still faces a kind of a stigma. So, earlier you could audition for everything on, let's say, All India Radio, not for harmonium. It was banned. Now they've started using harmonium, but they still don't give it the position of a mainstream solo instrument. Similarly, I think also many, many changes in technology actually impacted the manner in which we present different forms. So you remember when 60-minute cassettes came. So 30 minutes, then you had to flip. A lot of, even though we recorded for those cassettes, even in live concerts, the duration of each rag started fitting that 30-minute format. Later it became 45 minutes when we got 90-minute cassettes. But even when without that kind of problem any longer, because we're not using cassettes, we still retain that, because people feel that it has to be short, pithy, lots of taan happening. But I think all of this it has to happen. And people will find their ways around. I mean, different artists will find their ways of dealing with it. There are many artists who say, this is the way I'd like to do. I'm happy with this. Others say no. And they can begin with, some artists today, classical greats, will not start with a classical piece. They'll start with Akla Cholo Re or Jingle Bells even, and then move into classical music. It's really a choice, I think, that each artist has to make for themselves. And I think there is more or less a artistic decision, which basically everybody is free to make their choices and to decide how they would present. But it's in small and big ways. It's constant. The change is happening constantly. We are losing morning and afternoon rags because concerts don't happen in the morning, or in the afternoon, never almost. So evening rags, that too, rags between, let's say, 6 o'clock and 9:30. That's the bulk of rags that are performed. Now it's possible for us to say that, look, I feel like singing a rag that was sung at 4 o'clock. It's 6:30, but I'm going to break the rule. And you have to be convinced about it and do it if you want to.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock somewhere in the world.
Yes.
So, and your
Yes.
performance could easily be getting live streamed
Yes,
there. See,
yes.
I have a reason.
Yes.
I'm going to take the liberty of asking you about a period in your life, or a phase in your life which I'm sure is would have been deeply satisfying and transformative to you, which is your partnership with Aneesh.
Yes.
Meeting him, because he is also not just a performer but a very important thinker about music. In fact, I absolutely intend to invite him on the show also. I hope he comes.
I'm sure he'll be delighted.
So tell me about that partnership, because it seems not just a meeting of hearts but a meeting of minds as well. And you've done many things together, like the music mapping project and so
Yes.
on and so forth. So tell me about how you met him and the role that played in your life.
Anish was accompanying a lot of very eminent artists when I was going to record an album for, it was a series that was on forms related to Thumri, seasonal song forms, Kajri Jhula, Chaiti, etc. And I had heard him accompany the absolutely legendary and inimitable Shobha Gurtuji. And I thought to myself, this is my, like a very important recording that I'm doing for Thumri. It would be great to actually have Aneesh and Purushottam Valavalkar ji on the harmonium, because they used to be accompanying Shobha Tai constantly. And so I found his number from somewhere and I called his home and I checked whether he would be available to accompany me. And we met. We had met a couple of times before that, but not really had a chance to perform together. So we recorded in Mumbai for this album. That's how we first worked together. And then I had this, I've always been very fascinated by gadgets and technology and everything. So the internet was really, Dhaval said, Mom, let's get internet. And I said, yeah, and he was telling me, this is what happens, that is what happens. I just found it fascinating. And with that, I thought we should start something for Indian music. I had no idea, no entrepreneurial skills, no idea of what it means to start a website, but I had all the enthusiasm. So I thought, why we should have a magazine, for an online magazine for music, Indian music, where we ask artists to write. If they don't want to write, they can answer questions and we can transcribe and get, put it online. And including, I had crazy ideas. So, because multimedia bhi kar sakte hain. So, I thought, let me ask artists for their recordings and ask them to speak about what they've presented. So, big plans. And I thought, let me ask Aneesh if he will write for this and if he'll be part of the editorial.
Which year was this?
This was 96. And I was very excited, and we set up a website called ragsangeet.com. And we ran it for several years, but we had no support. We had thought we would get support, and be able to have a small team. It was a very grand plan, totally impractical. But we thought, this was one way in which we could engage students to work on music-related projects and, of course, earn some money through it. But we never had the money. And also at that time, it was quite difficult. It was not as, inexpensive to set up a website as it is now. But of course, a good website is still not easy to run. We struggled with it. And finally, we had to close that down. But during that period, I would meet Aneesh and also work with him, exchange a lot of ideas with him. And soon we thought, okay, let's see if this can be made more permanent. And so finally in 2000, we got married. I was in the middle of recording an album and I asked for a day off from the studio. And in fact, Mallika Dutt was the person who was producing Man Ke Manjere. So I said, do you mind if I take a day off on the 9th of March? And she said, yeah, no problem. You can record on the 8th and then come back on the 10th. Okay. So when I came back the next day, she said, how was your concert? I said, I didn't have a concert. She said, but you said you can't record. I said, yeah, I had some other work. Oh, acha. She said, what were you doing? I said, I was getting married. And I was back in the studio the next day.
Wow, that's a shocker. So I have two follow-up questions from that. And one is, I want to know about your work ethic, because that sounds like exactly the kind of way I would approach my work, that it is totally sacred. And if I'm in the middle of a project, I would, nothing gets in the way. Like in the 8 years that the Seen and the Unseen was a weekly show, I never missed a week. Many things, traumatic things happened, but deaths happened, this happened, that happened. I never missed a week. Is it like that for you? Like a saying I like a lot is, how you do the small things is how you do the big things. You know, that it's not enough just to take the big project seriously. Every little thing that you do, whether you're cooking an omelette or tying your shoelaces, you just want to do it well, because that ethic then flows through to the rest of your life. I'm imagining you are also like that. Like you mentioned earlier that your dad was so meticulous when he
Very
would make
meticulous.
those cricket notes and all of that, and so on and so forth. So give me a sense of, that kind of personal work ethic which you bring to whatever you do, the seriousness with which you bring to your music.
I mean, I've also been through situations where it has been difficult for me to sing, but I don't like to sort of ask for any grace period because of, I feel it is unprofessional. And I should, I mean, unless there's only one concert that I could not do after committing to it, that was because my mother passed away on the same day. That was not possible for me. Strangely, the person I was singing for, and I was singing a pro bono concert for them, they asked me to give this in writing, that I could not do the.
Wow.
Yes, and that was, I remember it vividly, that my mother passed away on the 11th of May, 2010. And I returned from the hospital and sent them a message. I had already told them that she was very seriously, critically ill, and that I'm worried about this, and that they should call off the concert because I don't know what would happen. And they chose to go ahead, but she passed away on that very day. And I was forced to write a letter, sign it, and send it that I have lost my mother.
This is horrible. I hope you never worked with them again.
Never, never, ever. I mean, other than that one time, I have never missed a concert. I have had situations where I can see that my voice may not be in good form. And there I call the organizer and I say that, look, this is happening. I'm taking medication. I'm not sure, it could go either way. You can decide now whether you want to call it off or not. Because also singing with a difficult voice can be, I mean, that can, the audience may not like it. So I think that option has to be given to the organizer to decide. But other than those things, I don't like to, however important something may be, if I've taken on a small concert for a very tiny, uh, let's say an organizer was doing things for the first time, I will not change that. And I think I'm very fortunate that Aneesh is also very meticulous in that way. We've had a couple of run-ins where he has said yes to somebody else, and then I get this concert, which is like really it's a very prestigious thing. He said, sorry, I've already committed. So in between ourselves also, I think we value that it has to be done as professionally as possible. I also feel that I'm very fortunate, I've said it many times, to have worked with very good artists. And of course, I get a lot more attention than they deserve. Even today, it is a running battle to get their names on the publicity material, leave alone pictures. So in a lot of government programs, you will have all the artists' thumbnails right on top. You will have a politician, sometimes even the politician's wife, but you won't have a single mention of the accompanying artists, all of whom have huge fan followings. But no. So it's a running battle which I keep fighting to try and make sure that this should come so naturally, but leave alone being given due attention in all publicity material. so many times uh, people come to us to help raise funds, and every artist goes through that, and you want to help. How difficult can it be to go for an evening and sing for somebody wanting to raise funds for a very ill child or whatever. But my experience has been that whenever I've asked my colleagues, look, I've been approached like this, would you consider performing? And they've always said yes. In the past, I would say that, okay, none of us will charge anything at all, barring, let's say, travel expense or whatever. And my experience has, with the nicest people, Shubhaji, thank you. Shubhaji gets the flowers. They don't get even a thank you. And so I have made it a point now to say, I'm sorry, I can perform. I can come and sing, stand there on stage and sing. You want the artists, you please call them, check if they would like to be paid, how much they would like to be paid, whether they can offer a discounted fee, but I'm not getting involved in it. And I've requested all of them to please go ahead and decide what they want to do. But it's very difficult there's a constant battle. I mean, my next concert, I'm not sure the names will be mentioned. And what am I supposed to do? In this battle, I can only send an email requesting people again. Umpteen reasons they will give me for not including the names. I don't know what it is. I mean, in a Western situation, the name of either the entire group or each artist in the ensemble will be there. Why is it possible? 4 तो लोग हैं हम लोग स्टेज पे, उनका भी नाम आप नहीं दे सकते. पॉलिटिशियन की बीवी, पॉलिटिशियन का बच्चा, सब आ जाएंगे, लेकिन अकम्पनिंग आर्टिस्ट नहीं.
It's very sad, it harks back to what I was saying earlier, that the musicians love what they do and they are coming from a place of love and purity, and the audience is there that appreciates them and that appreciates their work. But the people in the middle are so crass and don't get it at all. And I don't get this disconnect. I think it's got to change, and something doesn't. It's just so weird.
But I also feel the artists are to blame. We don't have a collective. We don't have a collective voice. So these become personal battles and not something. I mean, I'm not saying that unionization is the only answer to this. Not necessarily, but surely some things have to be adhered to. I mean, what are we asking for? There are 3 people on stage or 4 people on stage. Their names have to be given. I'm not singing in isolation. I'm not singing all alone. ऐसा तो नहीं है. You know what accomplished artists they are. You are applauding them when they are playing, but never ever. It's like such an uphill task. And I think one of the reasons why I at one point of time had this fairy tale idea of forming a collective of artists, I have abandoned it since.
Why have you abandoned it?
Because it has to be run professionally, and there can't be any 2 ways about that. It cannot be my bapoti. It cannot be my feudal little castle from where I, issue orders. It has to be a space which believes in equality, which believes in fair professional standards. And I don't think it matters to enough people to have a professionally run collective like this. Otherwise, there are so many issues related to the arts that are never going to change, because we are, in fact, there's almost an attitude of being like grateful to organizers in a very subservient way. I've seen artists these days being invited for a government festival, and it's evident that all of them have been sent a message saying, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. It's exactly the same message. And everybody's happy doing that. I don't have an issue saying that I'm happy singing in a festival. I don't want you to send me the message and tell me that I have to do it. And if you don't do it, you're not going to get another program. So all of this, there's a complete lack of awareness about what a collective could possibly do. And there is no will to create that. There are too many rifts, the same issues that you see with Indian society are rife in the world of music. Whether it is gender-related issues, exploitative practices, cutthroat policies, a sense of subservience. I mean, why would you not discuss something as important as taxation for the arts? Why would you not discuss public health schemes for the artists? During the lockdown and during those 2 years, not a single government official ever tried to find out how artists were doing in their area. What was a phone? I mean, they got their salaries, didn't they? Did they bother to even make a call to their award winners to find out whether they were dead or alive, or whether they were all right? Leave alone giving grants in aid or providing any money during those difficult days. I'm just saying the reassurance of a call that you matter, we know that you are there, I hope you're in okay health. Expecting anything more than that would be foolish. We lost some of the biggest artists and we heard about it. It was painful that we heard they're not getting a hospital bed. But what about those artists who are in a remote area? What were they supposed to do? And it is so disturbing to think that nobody thought. And when there were schemes, they were about videos made for spreading positivity. I mean, come on, you don't want positivity in a COVID infection. You want practical help. And that was not there. Nobody has bothered to even assess what was done or not done, and how one could help the artists if, unfortunately, a similar situation were to arise again. It's like total Atmanirbharta.
Has there been a case of, and I'm sure, I mean, I feel like I already know the answer, but has there been a case of artists being co-opted by the politics of the day? Like, I would imagine that the ruling party would want to sort of legitimize itself by using the names of famous artists or even having them endorse the regime, etc., etc. And the ways of doing this would include both the carrot and the stick. And the carrot would be that, we'll give you Padma Shri, or which of course you got 25 years ago, but we'll give you Padma Shri, or we'll call you for this festival and that festival. And the stick could, we'll stop inviting you to things or whatever. So, how has that been, and is there then self-censorship on the part of artists?
Yes, there is. And it has, I mean, of course, I was identified as a anti-national long ago, and trolled for various things. I've also had situations where, some 49 artists actually wrote a open letter to the Prime Minister, and a very polite one. Since it's an open letter, it's available for everyone to read, just saying that, lynching is really bad. There was a barrage of, I think we were 49 artists. There were 60 or more who said we are anti-nationals and urban Naxals and whatnot. And I was receiving threats from various sources. I was being trolled. So I, of course, have been put on the blacklist for a long time. But yes, I don't think that anybody has to go out co-opting artists. The artists are flocking. It's the other way around. Now the herds are reaching the doors of the providers.
It reminds me of what ironically L.K. Advani said about the journalists at the time of the emergency, that they were asked to bend, they chose to crawl.
Yes. So I think here, and especially in the world of Hindustani classical music, there's deep, polarization, and it's a very conflicted kind of an atmosphere. I mean, on the one hand, have you noticed how popular something like Sufi music has become? Huh? Everybody is singing Allahu, Allahu, Ali, Ali, Dam Ali, Ali. But, I mean, on the other hand, the same person will write a diatribe against a certain community. Uh, everybody is singing Abhang, poets of the Bhakti movement, all of whom sort of characteristically wrote about universal peace and brotherhood. Matlab, the number of concerts is amazing. I'm very happy, ठीक है, अच्छा गा रहे हैं लोग, गाएं, but उनकी philosophy कोई नहीं सुन रहा है. So it's a strange situation where, I'm saying, didn't I read this terrible, very distasteful post by this artist? And now the same person is singing, oh, we are all brothers, let us, Ram, Rahim, everybody is the same. What is happening? So there's this idea of choosing what you want. I mean, ideology ka to sawal hi nahi uthta. So I think, at least in the I can't even call it a community, I can't even call it a fraternity, but let's say amongst the classical musicians, this is absolutely rampant.
No, it sort of blows my mind because the dominant feature of this regime, which sets them apart from everyone else, is the anti-Muslimness. That is simply what it is. That is the dominant theme of what's going on in India over the last 10 years. And I would have imagined that Hindustani classical though should be just the opposite. It is, it is so syncretic, it is assimilative, and so many of the legendary figures are Muslims, and it is a melding of cultures. It is the best form of khichdi. तो वहाँ तो नहीं होना चाहिए.
नहीं वहाँ तो बहुत जबरदस्त है, बहुत सारा baggage भी है. There are some people who say that the history of Indian music was incorrectly written, and
My
that
God.
Yes, it is a very popular theory these days. And that the singers of from the Hindu community were not given due importance, or that they were forced to convert. And now, some days ago, I saw a post saying that why on earth do we have to call this Mia Ki Todi? Why should it be called Mia Ki Todi? It can be called Todi, but why should it be called Mia Ki Todi? So all kinds of things are happening. I mean, we've heard in Pakistan also that a rag which has a name, let's say, like Durga or Kedar, has been changed to a more Islamic name. So we have like-minded people.
Yeah, I mean,
everywhere.
fanatics on both sides.
Yes.
Wow. So let's not bring our spirits down. Let's move from the political to the personal.
Yeah.
And I'm again going to bring up your Nani and your mom here. And, right at the start in that opening question, I asked you to kind of describe their lives for me, and you so kindly did. But I'm going to point to another aspect of that observation I made, that one journey of falling in love with music and actually becoming a musician took 3 generations. That your Nani ji started in 1900 and she wanted to learn music, couldn't. She learned maths, more power to her. Your mom learnt music but couldn't actually become a musician, and you became a musician. And now you are in your 60s. And, when I think about the passage of time, I realize that when we are young, when we are 20, it seems like all of eternity stretches out before us. We will live forever. But as we grow older, we realize, and I have grappled with this also in recent times, that time actually passes really fast.
It's speeding by.
The days are long, the years are short. And then you realize that पहले आपको लगता था कि 50 years is a long time, it's an epoch. अभी लगता है कि ऐसे चुटकी में निकल
गया बिल्कुल.
तो how have you sort of reconciled with the passing years, and how you look at your own life, and how you look at the notion of happiness? Like, what is happiness for you? Like the way that I have started, like there's one quote I keep quoting on the show, so listeners will be tired of it, but I love it. It's by Annie Dillard, where she said, how you spend your days is how you spend your lives. So you just construct a good day, and then you construct another good day, and you go day after day, and that is your life. There's nothing bigger at the end of it.
Yes.
So I want to ask you about what have your learnings been about yourself? How have you reconfigured your notions of happiness? Especially, I mean, you just mentioned when we were taking a break a little while back that you had your brush with severe illness during COVID, that you and Aneesh, you went into Medanta hand in hand and thankfully came out hand in
Yes.
hand. So glad that, you guys came out hand in hand. But you must have given a thought to mortality at that time as well.
Absolutely.
So tell me about how you've changed, how you look at life differently, how you look at happiness.
I mean, I I don't have regrets as such. I'm very I'm thrilled with the idea that I was able to study music and continue to do so. And that, people say, do you identify as a classical singer or as a pop singer or as what? I said, look, I'm a first generation musician from a family that doesn't come from hereditary musicians. That I was able to live my life with music is enough for me. You decide what you want to call me, singer, just singer, classical singer, whatever you want. I'm happy with the fact that I'm identified as a musician. I'm also very happy with the fact that whether it was taking risks with, let's say, setting up madly with Aneesh, a record label, and failing miserably at the business. But I still think we did what we wanted. And I have no regrets. We started a festival of music in 2008 in Pune, and we called it Baja Gaja. And we said it must represent the enormous diversity of Indian music. So we'd start in these 3 days from 10 in the morning till 10 at night. We would have multiple locations with all kinds of music. And it was very tough. We never found sponsors. In 4 years, we almost went bankrupt. But again, it was something we wanted to do, and I don't have any regrets about that. So I think, in a sense, it's been a lot of fun. And my life in particular, on days when I'm grumpy and sulky, I tell myself, people are not fair to women artists, etc. But yes, they aren't. If you had let's say, a woman artist and a male artist, I can assure you that and doing more or less the same thing, the critic will be very careful about saying one word about the male, but is happy to say anything about the lady. And many other, ways in which there are indications of misogyny and patriarchal biases, etc. But I think, despite all of that, um, why should I be complaining? I've really been helped a lot in finding my feet, in finding my voice, and I'm enjoying. I mean, at 66, I still have a hectic concert schedule. I'm curating for festivals. I get the chance to work with the most accomplished artists and present them in projects that Aneesh and I think of. I'm working with children, with gifted children, for a festival that I curate in Bangalore. And I think that's very special for me, because I feel here's a crop of kids who may, in 20 years I'm gone. And whenever I go, these kids could be leading the Indian music scene at that time. And it would be such a thing for me to think that, when they were little tykes, I was curating, and I invited them to perform. And working with children is really, it can be painful, it can be difficult, but it is deeply satisfying, because when you get everybody together, Anish and I have experienced this time and again. There are tensions, about who's getting prominence. There's all those little rivalries, but you put them together and you make them listen to each other. And the things they come up with, the sheer joy of engaging with music, it's so infectious that you really feel good. And I think I really can't complain because it's been quite wonderful. And yes, other than my grouchy days, when I might complain about a thing or two, it's been wonderful.
Everybody has grouchy days. I have many more grouchy days than you. No, I find it very inspiring the way you've thrown yourself into life, the way you've thrown yourself into music. Both of those is so inspiring to me. My final question or rather request for this episode is for me and my listeners, recommend to us music, books, films, any kind of art at all that gives you so much joy that you just want to share it with everyone.
I'm sure I don't need to recommend a person of the stature of Begum Akhtar, but there's one, she's one of those iconic artists whom I listen to constantly and for a particular reason. I'm very drawn to literature and I sing a lot of different kinds of literature. And her, when she's singing ghazal, that identification and intimacy with both the poetic form and the musical form it's so inspiring. I would really, this is a very big name. So many of your listeners would already be her fans.
Not necessarily. Young people these days
But really, what complete identification.
Any specific entry points into her work?
Yes, there was and I suggest this because sonically it's very well recorded also. Today's audience is is very high quality, crystal clear kind of recording, so they may not like archival recordings. But she did an album with Khayyam Sahab where she sang things like, let's say, उज़्र आने में भी है और बुलाते भी नहीं और फॉर एग्जांपल वो जो हम में तुम में करार था तुम्हें याद हो कि न याद हो all of these ghazals are also recorded in a very unique way. They have been arranged and produced to fit a song format, and yet there is a relaxation about the manner in which she sings it which doesn't make it seem like a tight, highly produced kind of a track. I would really also request your audience to listen to Siddheshwari Devi. Her recordings will not be of the audio quality that you can get for more recent artists, but there's that quality which we just discussed about Nusrat ji. Siddheshwari ji's voice, very often she would let go in such a abandoned way, with no self-conscious. I wish to God I could reach that point, where I'm not bothered about the voice sounding pretty or sounding, just right. But the communication is important. So when I recently heard a recording of hers in Avatumri in Rag Des. Are more Shyam, Prem Gagariya Bhari. It's a very heavy burden to carry on your head, because I thought I fell in love, but I didn't realize that I won't be, मैं संभालने, अब नहीं जात संभारी. I think it's such a lovely metaphor for this entire wholehearted obsession that one has with, say, music or writing or with whatever one loves with such deep passion. You don't even realize where it's all going to take you, and yet through the ups and downs, that's what you want to do. So I think that's another artist I would really request people to listen to.
What else? Maybe films, books, or more music?
There was a documentary made called Lachodrome. I don't know if you've seen it. It's about the gypsies across. It follows the journey of the gypsies from various parts of the world, including India. And there is no spoken word in it. It's all through the music. And it is such a powerful documentary. I don't have a good copy of it, but parts of it are available also on YouTube. It would be lovely if people saw that. Books, there are so many that, there's one which I've really enjoyed and I refer to quite often. Amritlal Nagar wrote a book called Ye Kothe Waliyan. Very important book, because today I think the courtesan culture is really, romanticized in many ways. Singers are trying to wear costume like the courtesans, but not singing with the same kind of sense of fun and even coquetry. And that book gives you a real picture, because he went out, Nagarji went out and interviewed many women artists, talking to them and actually recording all the information that they were providing. It's a vital, written in Hindi, of course, but I think somebody is doing an English translation as well.
Marvelous. Shubhaji, thank you so much. You've been so kind with your time today, and I've really enjoyed talking to you.
So have I. Thank you so much.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Certainly go to YouTube or Spotify or however you listen to music and just enter rabbit holes of Shubhaji's music. You can spend hours and hours just doing that. You can follow Shubhaji on Twitter at @smudgal. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.